we go. That was weird. I tried to go live a second ago. And it wasn't working. There we go. Good volume. Well, now that Fab is finally up and usable, I'm just taking a look at how it's set up. What it kind of looks like. It's still a bit slow. Sometimes you have to reload a page. Oh, they have this like personal and professional license now. Ooh. Free content. You can get Jasmine here for free, or for $1 for professional use. How you doing, Plus 3D? He's a modernized. Wait, She's a modernized ancient Indian. A shrill duck. It's been a while, man. So you find your girlfriend? Exactly. Why do you need a blow-up sex doll? Hey. Don't speak about Jasmine that way. How dare you? Yes, I'm just taking a look at Fab. Finally out. Apparently it also supports Unity. I don't know where I saw that though. Oh yeah, here's Unity. So now they have Unity assets. I can download her for. I could download her for free. You're not wrong. Yeah, it looks okay. Good thing is you have a claim all button for Quixel mega scans now. So all of the awesome mega scans you can get. You like saloons? Here's a saloon interior for free. First time is for free, and then after that comes the fee. It was $1 for the professional license for Jasmine. So if you, for some reason, were able to get $100,000 in funding for your game, I did claim now. Oh, I didn't. Maybe I didn't sign in when I claimed it. Hold on. Wait, I'm signed in. Am I not? Yeah, I'm signed in. Didn't seem to remember that. Steam Core Pro. Vertex animation. $450 for vertex animating. Jesus. Riverology. Hey, as long as it's easier to use and doesn't fuck up like another certain water plugin we know, maybe I'll get it. Alright, let's jump in. It's enough faffing about. Fabbing about. Hey, Huge Cookie. Good to see you guys. You guys are up early. Jesus Christ. Go to bed. Or are you just really excited for Dragon Age the Veilguard? Me too. The jacket? This black is a jacket. This is my Microraptor jacket. Waiting half an hour for your stream? What a boring wait. What a boring thing to do. Just to see Blue Dick Boy, right? Raptor merch? I do have Raptor merch. I don't sell it, but there is Raptor merch. It wouldn't be cheap because I don't really get it in bulk. I'm gonna get Stalker 2 as well, although it is a little bit pricey. Because I'd like to get the Ultimate Edition. Jesus Christ, $110. Oof. But the $110 includes all the DLC and expansions that we'll have, I think. Which I would kind of like. Yeah, there's 2 story expansions and some other DLC. Additional side quest. Totally not cut content, by the way. Totally not. Wait, the game will have multiplayer? There gonna be PvP? Wait. Single player, Steam achievements, Steam trading cards, Steam Cloud. But then they mentioned multiplayer, so there's gonna be multiplayer? The fuck? Oh, multiplayer mode that will be added soon after release as a free update. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. That'll be pretty cool. Probably not co-op, but we'll see. It might be similar, though, to that Stalker Online. You guys remember that? I don't know if it ever came out, though. I don't remember. You just bought 6 cameras? Alright, I don't need to know your sexual kinks, but sounds interesting. What does the collision look like on this? On this well? Oh, there's like separate parts to this. Because I'd like to put like a potion or some ingredients on the side of it. Yeah, collision's pretty good on it. And what about the top part? Someone will yeet them in there, probably. You're not wrong. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, so we could put some stuff on the side of there. Alright, let's generate a potion. Health fortifying tonic of health restoration. Ain't no way, bro. Fortify and restore health. And cure disease. You know, it sounds really funny. Actually, not a bad potion. Yeah, what do you need so many cameras for? Unless you're filming a porn or something. Which, if you are, can I be an extra? Raven skull. Toxicap dried. Sure, that'll work. Bell pepper cooked. I like it. Your live-in care worker. This way I can stay in my room and ask them if they need anything. Or you can film them without their consent and upload it to some freakish website. Not that you would do that, but, you know. Just saying. Snap to floor. Align to floor, at least. Ah, yes. Perfect. It is aligned to the floor. I am happy. Jesus. Ooh, floating brick. Gotta fix that. Once they consent, you can put camera up if they know about it. So how many of those cameras are for the bathroom? I love just taking the piss out of you. I mean, Poland, there are no floating bricks. Not that I've seen, but I, you know, could be wrong. I'm putting a sack up here. Anybody have a problem? No? Good. Good morning, Micropetus. Thank you so much for that. Harmonious brew of freezing. It's got chill and calm on it. I love it. Okay, that looks cool. Sounds like cannabis if it got chill and calm. More floating bricks. You didn't buy them. Are you telling me that you have a camera dealer? He's mad because I said color. Are you furious right now? With you? I use British spelling for the most part when I write professionally. You guys and your farts. You dirty fart sniffers. Oh! Someone just came. We need a cum cam. No, we don't. We don't need that. We absolutely do not need that. Hey, Claremont, good luck with the depth. Thank you so much. Good time to join. Fart sniffers come cam. What did I walk in on? Just an average Wednesday. Where's my junk? Not that junk. Junk cam. Don't tempt me. See, when you get excited on stream, you had to see what excites me. Oddly enough, every time that you work on Spoon's dialogue, you get turned on. Well, you know. Happens to any able-bodied man. I don't know what able-bodied has to do with getting a erection. If you're paralyzed from the waist down, can you not get erections? You know what? Don't answer that. Please don't answer that. You can. Thank you, Shoulduck, for answering that. It works automatically. Maybe that's why I never hear any guys who are paralyzed from the waist down complaining that much. But they wouldn't be able to feel it though, right? So it's like... I'm just taking the piss, by the way. I wonder if that'll slide down. Oh. The tree trunk doesn't have the greatest of collision. It has collision, it just must have like just a cylinder or something. It doesn't really do anything with the roots. Fine, fuck you then. Fuck you, you stupid tree. You haven't seen enough movies where the girl asks them before they date them? Do girls ask guys before they date them if they're paralyzed from the waist down? Is that a thing? Nowadays, to get paralyzed is less frightening as Neuralinks being developed. Would you guys get a Neuralink? If you could be sure of its safety, would you get one? I guess the question is how can we be sure of the safety of it? You would never get one. I'm too scared that even if they said my data is secure, data doesn't get sold, whatever the fuck, all that, I would still be like, okay, but I've seen people walk next to cars and unlock them. It feels like a kill switch in my head that some hacker with too much knowledge and not enough morals could just walk by and poof. God forbid you walk through TSA security at the airport and it's just like bzz. they're paralyzed, they will ask if they can get one. Yeah, troll duck. People zapping. It really feels like it would happen. I don't remember if this has physics enabled or not. It might. If it doesn't, I'll just lay it here. Quantum computers, I see. We've had somebody like you in chat. Still can't close YouTube to hear music. Oh, we just had this crazy guy come in and start talking about how he uses ChatGPT to predict the future. Like with 100% honesty. Nah, you say nah, but he's been here twice. And every time. Oh, you aren't like that? Yeah, I'm just fucking with you. But he mentions quantum computing. He says that he links into the quantum tunneling of ChatGPT to go to other universes and ask them about the future. Living in 2025. He's got Neuralink. Honestly, I think he was an Uber Eats delivery driver with way too much time on his hands. He would stream himself doing it too. He would legit stream himself asking ChatGPT these things and pretending he was reading the future. Quite the phenomenon. Make a floatable barrel. Flux. Wait and see. Flux data. Flux interaction. And the mesh needs to simulate physics. I think the not again. Not today. Is the pontoon even getting enabled? Is it maybe just because it's too big? No. Why is it that every time I try to fuck with this, it doesn't work? It's weird too, because if I put down the barrel mesh and I add the flux buoyancy component and data component, it will just work. But it really doesn't like this. Same mesh. Oh, didn't it need the gameplay tags? Hold on, that might have been it. I might have remembered now what it needs to work. Because of course, God forbid I just put some components on something and it works. Yeah. Now I need the pontoon, which is a bit big. We'll make it 80 in radius. I'm gonna offset it by, I don't know how tall the mesh is. We'll say 40. This movie where they needed to have everyone answer their phones at the same time to connect all of them together so they have the power of a quantum computer. Okay, I need to fix that. A stroke engine. I'll fix that. I think the pontoon's a bit big. Density we might be able to lower the density a bit. Probably gonna be too much. Probably just gonna sink. That was the wrong direction. That was the wrong direction. Do. Okay, let's put point one. Yep. But what I thought would happen? Better now. I want it to sink. I want it to bounce like crazy. You dropped it in molasses. Here's what we'll do. Here's what we won't do. Fix that. That's so fucking annoying to get this right. Really? Okay, setting the mass to 1 might have been a bit overkill. It is now hydrophobic, which is a bannable offense on Twitch. So we can't, we have to revert that. Just like, I've made the pontoons smaller because I legitimately do want the pontoons smaller. But now they're too small. will half their density. That's not bad. Yeah, we're getting there. We're almost there. We're almost there. We are almost there. Whew, okay. I want to move this a little bit off of the root and this a little bit off of the top. I have the mesh's mass at 60 kilograms, which I think is pretty fair for a barrel. I'll lower their density just a tad more and we'll see what it looks like. Of course, wouldn't be dropping them from that high into the water, but it is a good test at least. I don't like that it can't really keep it upright. I wonder if a little bit of angular damping would assist here. Nothing too crazy. Too much motion for no waves, that's a good way to put it. I'll lower it out of the sky a bit so it doesn't get so wild. I could purposefully offset the pontoons a bit too. Although this is better. Like some movement does help make it noticeable at a distance. But I'll try offsetting the pontoons just a bit. So it should, like a weighted dice, try to just go to one side. And the angular damping should assist with making it a little bit less nosy. It's not bad. That's not bad. Once it calms down a bit, it's pretty decent. I'll give it a tad more angular damping and a small bit of linear damping. That'll work. Barrel lost from somewhere, consigned to a floating fate on this lake. And I don't want to reward junk for this item. I only want to do ingredients or potions. We'll do a guaranteed though. So what I'll do is I'll do loot, barrel, floating, guaranteed, and then a loot, barrel, floating. So the guaranteed will just be a random ingredient or potion. Equal weight. The floating will be 50% chance for nothing, and then a 25% chance each for ingredients and potions. That'll work. We'll put a few of these around. Just floating. Taking it easy. Waiting for the player to bust in. 'Twill work. Can the player get up on that rock? I don't think so. Granted, I generally like the loot that we put back here already. What is this? Oh, that's the brush for painting the river. Right. So many nav mesh modifiers. But that's kind of what you have when you have a big world like this. Fucking loud. I will do a sack. Here. And this is one of the rocks with the weird collision, so I won't put like a potion or ingredient there. It almost seems criminal that there's no treasure chest in the tower. Although we have a lot of loot in the tower already. We have a lot. Nah, fuck it. Put a treasure chest in there. Ah, yes, floating in the air. That's where I want it. Tim 10th, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a good Wednesday. Hello, how are you doing today? Going good for me. Still waking up a little bit. And you know, the mathematics, quantum physics, quantum computing, they're all bug systems. They all have times where it will loop. It means it's a bug system, meaning there has to be a better way. You guys and your quantum. I'm still stuck in 2D computing. That location's fine. I won't open up the lid as much though. That should be okay. I'll put a sack right on the end of this, about to fall off. What type of game are you working on? It is an open world alchemy game, where the potions you make can change the fate of the adventurers and individuals that come to your hut. So not a shopkeeping game, you're more of a specialist. Much more of an RPG in that regard. Right on the brink of falling off. Maybe with a potion that's about ready to fall off as well, rolling down. So it should get stuck by the... We'll see. Tonic of Aether Light. Make it pink. Should work. Yeah, cool. It's stuck right there. Yeah, so comparatively to like other alchemy games where usually you are just running a shop and such, this is more of a... You are isolated, relatively speaking, along a big road that connects two larger kingdoms. And you're just kind of out there in the middle, but still along the road, so people passing by who might need potions while on their travels can stop by and say, hey, I'm doing this or that, and I'm looking for exactly this type of potion. And then you have the choice, like, do you help them? Do you sabotage them? Do you tell them to fuck off? Maybe you don't like them. And how will that change their story or the even stories of other people or kingdoms because of that? Testing quantum physics. No, I'm testing regular physics. Trust me, Unreal has enough problems with regular physics. Let's not give it quantum just yet. I think that's decently enough loot. Our loot doesn't have a whole lot to it just yet. Run! Run away, Porky. I'm still going to keep this area of the map relatively empty, since we are going to be putting the dungeon back here. The prototype dungeon. So I'm sure there will be some enemies we can throw around here and other things to set up. Don't quite remember what we put down here. Nothing too crazy. I know we had a couple of... Yeah, we had a sack. Burning tincture. And we had placed the treasure chest back here. Oh, the one thing we didn't fix was the meshes visibility testing. We're doing bug fixing today too, so understandably we might run into some bugs. I feel like Minecraft but with stylized graphics. I don't know if it has too much in common with Minecraft. Other than you are doing some crafting. Came to your mind? Well, I'm honored to even be considered comparable to a legend like Minecraft. I played a custom map recently, like this last weekend with a friend. Holy shit, is Minecraft annoying. Minecraft is so much work to get just running with any sort of custom modifications nowadays. I don't know if it's just me, but the launcher is worse. It takes so much time. Getting the right mods is even worse. Minecraft was OG, it wasn't that complex. Minecraft was perfect at a very specific point in its time period. It was easy to mod, it was easy to get going. And now it just feels so much more difficult. Oh, I think there's a potion up here and it fell off. And I have no idea where it went. There it is. Oh, that's a bit of a bug. It might be that the collision on these is more like a just straight box. I could switch them to using complex as simple. Shouldn't have added all that stuff cluster full of useless content. Should have made a quest that was rewarding. Craft produced famous PDF YouTubers. Did a couple, didn't it? We'll see if those barrels are there. Oh, this is a zoomy snail. Yeah, I can never fix him. He shouldn't be moving that fast. There's nothing in his behavior that should make him move that fast, and yet he just is. And he floats sometimes. We need to fix that too. Don't worry, we're pretty far away from the next build, so we have time. Next build should be pretty insane though. Oh. Why do the potions just disappear? They shouldn't though. I mean, it's 100% hitting something that is doing that. Hmm. I can't even see it. Underwater, it does work underwater. I'm trying to throw from underwater. Going through it? Okay, I'll look at it. It's set to block projectiles, so it shouldn't happen. But collision enabled is incompatible. Tell me again, Mr. Unreal, how simulate physics and collision enabled are incompatible. Go on, I'll wait. That's weird. The static mesh is set to simulate physics, but collision enabled is incompatible. I've never seen that. Go into your mesh and ensure that your collision enabled setting is set to physics only or collision enabled. It is. Why would it not be? Is one of them borked or something? Your 5 forms are good at getting answers, so they have workers just answering everything? I think sometimes. Weird. I don't see the issue. Yeah, I was gonna think just like I'll just change it and change it back, and we'll see, I guess. So prey with an E is like a predator in prey, right? And prey with an A is the religious prey. You can remember that prey with an E is like predator. So whichever one is similar in spelling to predator is the one that prey is with an E is used for. Weird too, because they were acting like they didn't have collision enabled, even though they clearly do. Which is why the potions weren't hitting them. That's weird. What a weird bug. Test potion of testing, that's about it, yeah. It's like the first drink of the day. I was thinking of doing a drinking game with Dragon Age Veilguard. That every time I cringe, I have to take a drink. I just feel like I would probably be hospitalized after about an hour. I don't know if that's the smartest. Yeah, see, look at that. It has no collision with the projectile. It does with the player. It is still considered a projectile, right? Unless maybe the... I don't know. I'm gonna check the projectile. It should be a projectile type. Projectile. Although it only has query. I know why. I think I know why I did that though. But it should perform an overlap. Okay, so is the barrel generating overlap events? Yes. And it's also generating hit events too. So it should be trying to perform a potion hit. Does this work on the regular barrels and crates? Oh, they didn't have any loot on them. Okay, so it hits the crate. Does it hit the barrel? Yes. And this is just a child of the barrel, where all I did was I set it to simulate physics and I added the, what am I thinking? The flux components. fuck? Is this set to ignore? Oh, it is set to ignore physics bodies. And pawns. Answer solved. Although it doesn't explain the warnings that I'm getting from the editor. Okay. Why is every day like this, dude? I don't know. Why is this? What is this? What is this? Invalid simulate options. No, it's not. Ligma. Careful, chat. If you set simulate physics and you enable collision, you're gonna have a bad time. Apparently. Possible that a game design decision could be objectively better, but because it's unique, players reject it without giving it a fair chance. Yes. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I think that can happen a lot, where that happens a lot with entrenched design decisions. So when players are so used to something being a certain way that they will often reject the new changes even if they are better. And that is where, as a designer and as a team, you need to say, just wait. If it still feels like this after 2 to 3 weeks of you guys playing with it, we will revert it. Yeah, you're right, almost absent. The arrow only shows up when we hit it with the potion, which is weird. Check that the mesh has any collision. I mean, I will check, I guess, the barrel mesh, but literally nothing else seems to have this issue. White Reddit. Yeah, I'm not logged in. Oh no, I am logged in. How do I change that? There we go, it's all better. That I'm worried about with my game. I want to change a lot of entrenched designs, but I'm worried players will find it off-putting just for being different. Yeah, they could. That's why familiarity is really important as a design concept. No, it's got simple and complex. I mean, obviously it has complex, right? But it has simple collision. Nothing weird in here about the collision. Resets block all. People are all moles. You can't be putting white on screen. Yeah, I usually don't use any white modes. Anywhere, ever. Although the only place that I will do it is like Excel and documents. Oop. I'm absolutely clueless as to why this is, but I removed a simulate physics node and enable collisions node I had when picking up the grenade. Okay, but that doesn't solve mine. Apparently this is not a uncommon bug. The wording is confusing because collision enabled is the correct collision setting for simulating physics. That is literally what it is. I have it enabled with query and physics. Hold on, where did he select the... I found that if you disable simulate physics on the destructible mesh within the actor settings, it goes away. Use some collision setting in parent object above barrel. Maybe? Let me think. We do disable components. I disable the mesh right before we run the loot. That way the loot isn't spawned within the mesh. I imagine it might be related to that. And if I do that first, maybe. Wait, hold on. What did the disable? Yes, probably because it's disabling collision while simulate physics is still valid. That's probably what it is. So if I just shove this, actually just in that function, we should be okay. And that shouldn't cause any problems for custom collectibles that already don't have physics enabled. It's just gonna be like, okay, yeah. Congratulations, it's already not enabled. Problem solved. Problem solved. Okay, good bug fix. Yeah, I forgot that we did that, but I'm like, well, hold on. I do disable meshes when we spawn loot. That makes sense. Do these work now? I'll just double check. They should. Nice. Being mad at bugs is fun 99% of the times you're mad at something you did. Yeah, it's very true. I need to fix the hotbar today too. It's really pissing me off. What the fuck? I know what the issue is. New day or the trees fucked up again. No, so what I figured out is that if we ever notice that the flowers have fallen off of here, that signals that the trees are now fucked up. And I don't know why, but I think that changes to landscape foliage in any way, and yesterday I changed the material of the grass, somehow resets all custom positions of all foliage assets, which is a really scary bug, in my opinion. A very, very scary bug. We spawn the loot in. This is spawning in something wrong. Interactable collision. I gotta see something in a sec. Did some work in blueprints, forgot to save, so I had to redo it today. Oof. That's a big oof. Lesson learned, yeah. Control S all the time. Save yourself the pain. I think it's because I'm enabling physics on static mesh, but interactable collision is not a child of static mesh. So if the static mesh has physics, the interactable collision will actually be somewhere else in the world, which I should have seen coming. That's my fault. Son of a bitch. I knew it. I knew it. You motherfuckers. Oh god. But the bug goes back really far. Oh, it goes back far. It goes all the way back to BP interactable. Oh fuck, what have I done? I'm pretty sure if I go back to BP Interactable, which by the way affects every single thing in our game that you can hover over and get a tooltip or interact with, and I change interactable collision to be a child of static mesh, it might fuck up everything in the game. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. But the only thing I put on interactable is the interactable collision. I can't fix that. Unless on... This won't work, right? This is a really, really, really bad way to solve the problem. This is a bandage patch. Will it work? I think it is attached. So it doesn't appear to be. Want to see my first character and give opinion on it? Yeah, go for it. See, the potions are... Wait, are the potions also suffering from the same thing? Hold on a sec. They probably are. Everything probably is. No, because I actually run the attach component to component on potion. That works, but it doesn't work for the barrels. Why would it work here? It probably doesn't work here. It does work here. That's pretty well made. For not being an artsy person like me. Dude, I'm looking at this, I'm like, I think it looks pretty cool. I like the materials on it too. This is me though, when I see that my physics aren't working. I like it. I looked at his eyes and said, I want the same as he took. Why does that work here? Now it's functional. That's weird. When I put it on the parent, it didn't work. When I put it on... whatever. At least now it's fixed. Crypto, thank you. My struggles seem worth it. I think they are worth it. Buoyancy looks good. Thank you. How you doing, Bastion? I put in some floaty barrels. I think I'm pretty much done for now for placing loot. It is only our first round of placing loot in the world. So now I just want to do bug fixing for today. Just fix bugs. This has bad collision. Yes. I will remove collision. Use complex is simple. That should mean the potion does not go flying off. Good. Are there other instances of that happening? How do these look? They look fine. Famous content creator played your game and didn't like it and started saying a bunch of mean things. Would you be offended? No, people don't have to like my game. I might be a little upset if it was somebody that clearly this game was not meant for. Like if somebody who just plays Fortnite played this expecting some like crazy fast-paced combat game. And it was like, well, yeah, this game, bro, you are not the target market. You know, maybe something I said or did or showed in the game made it appear that way, but you are not the target market. You were never intended to like it. And yeah, there's a difference between constructive criticism and just mean things. And some people conflate the two. Fortnite with potions. Actually, putting a potion up here would be pretty cool. Elephant from complaints from someone who doesn't know how game dev works. I mean, that you will never be able to stop that. That is just gamers, and that's one of the reasons why I stream game development, even from an early prototype. I don't like that players don't have good information of what early development looks like. And if they see the process, I think that, yeah, maybe they'll respect the process more, but that's not the core intent. The intent is that they can better make judgments of when they're being scammed, when they're being taken advantage of, things like that. Night vision actually, this is a pretty nice potion that could be used for Spoon's first encounter. I'm gonna make it green. Can those boards break so the player falls off the bridge getting the potion? They can't, but it would be funny. And it wouldn't be terribly difficult to implement that, if we really wanted to. I feel like I can't show games to my friends because they compare them to AAA games. Yeah, I've been in that scenario. I mean, it happens sometimes on this channel too. Like, how many times do I have to say that this is a prototype, right? But I don't blame it. People come into this not knowing what it is. And I think that they might think, oh, this is the game they're working on. We're doing something unorthodox at Microraptor, which is that we are deleting, or we are making an entirely new project when we move from first playable to vertical slice. That is not very common. But I want to do that, and I believe in doing that, and I think it would be the smarter thing to do. That's why I can get away with doing so many messy things on this project, is because they are meant to be messy and quick to implement. I just add handles to all those potions one time. When placing, just snap to it so you don't have to make micro adjustments all the time. What do you mean, Bluster-D? I could change the root, but I like the root being in the center of the potions. If the root was on the bottom, I could just snap it to the bottom. It would be okay. But it has physics enabled, so if it's a little bit in the air, it'll fall over. This isn't a quadruple A game. The way we explained it was this, and I'll remake it for you guys. Pay attention, okay? Make notes on this one. AAA games, right, are sold at $60. Quadruple A games are sold at $80. This means 1A must equal, equal $20. Now an A is made up of 1, 2.5 eyes. So 2.5 eyes equals $20, which means that 1 eye equals $8. Now I want to be a triple I studio, which means that our game will cost $24. $28. It makes sense? What just makes sense? Yeah. I love it. Math be mathin'. Use dark mode for paint? What, you want me to paint it black first and then draw in white? Actually, I could do that. Gonna make SSR games next. $50 price. That's, by the way, I'm going to pitch that to the publisher. Why our game should cost $24. They're gonna look at me and be like, why are we working with this person again? How did we ever trust this person with money? Useless email. Oh! Who's farting? Alright, I want to try to cause the bug with our hotbar, and I don't know how to cause it. There seem to be instances where it just does not close when it should. In fact, it is doing it right now, and I don't know why. It should be closing it. All right, let me figure it out. I didn't set it up in the most clean way. I'm not surprised that it's bugging out. And the player closes the inventory. What is the maximum amount of money you would pay for literally the best game ever? I will say this. Red Dead Redemption 2 was $60 at launch, and I felt like I had scammed Rockstar. So to be honest, I would pay over $60 for a game that was worth that money. But I have to feel like I'm getting my value's worth. And for a lot of games that are over $60 nowadays, I don't feel they are even in the same ballpark in terms of quality as Red Dead Redemption 2. Mention a game 10 times more fun than RDR2. Would you pay $1,000 for it? Fun and value, I feel, are linked but not equal. Perhaps the inventory. Value is relative, I agree with that. Value is relative and it is subjective. You know, for me, I play a game like Uncharted 2. $60, about 20 hours of gameplay. I found that valuable. Even though, you know, a lot of people do the $1 per hour rule as good explanations of value, but that's, again, subjective to them. I think a game that is short but of exceptional quality can be worth it for the price if it is quite high. And vice versa. You know, Minecraft, I paid $20 for it or whatever back in the day, 15, 20 bucks. Thousands of hours I've gotten off of that. So I don't know if there's ever a way that I could say, other than like Bastion, it's relative and it's subjective. You complain that a $6 game that has a story length of 8 hours is ripoff, but they would spend $100 on alcohol to hang out with friends for a few hours. And says they will have a major hangover the following day. Right about that. All right. I think if you set, I think a lot of it comes down to expectations too. Because then people won't complain that they didn't get their values worth if their expectations were met or exceeded. I think that $40, wait, it was $40, right, for Starfield's DLC, or is it $30? And let's ignore Starfield's base game quality for a second here. I don't feel that the 24 hours, about 20 to 24 hours of content that I got was worth $30 price tag. Because while half of those were pretty good hours, the other half was just, it was a little bit too much for what it asked. Then you look at a like Factorio Space Age that just came out. This is a $35 DLC. 98% positive reviews because I assume it adds a significant amount of content to an already exceptional game. That makes that worth it. Price and fun are just two important aspects to how somebody considers value. I think that expectations and moments that they remember from that are also a factor to that, so it's hard to say that this is the price that you should price a game at nowadays, or this is the price that you should price a DLC at nowadays, when all of it is relative, it is subjective. It all just depends on a variety of factors. When I look how much I paid for an hour of fun, some games have 40 hours playtime, but only 10 are fun, and some have 20 total, but all of them make fun, so I divided what I paid. I think trying to quantify it is fair and understandable. I don't know if it's ever a perfect metric, but it is something. Yeah, this is weird. We grab the inventory, we set it to collapsed. We then grab the hotbar, and because we start the game in immersive mode, it should set the hotbar to hidden. What is keeping it? What is keeping it there? I wonder if that animation, you know, I'm gonna do a tick on here. Is animation playing or selected potion animation? And I'm gonna print that. Because maybe there's something getting messed up here. It literally should not be visible. Should not be. Let's see. See if it's getting stuck anywhere. It is going all the way through. Oh, now it was working. Hold on. It's when I'm hovering over a potion. Weird. Okay, hold on. It's still going all the way through, but something about hovering over this. Is it because we're hovering over and something about on hover is making the hotbar visible? Which I don't know why it would be, but maybe it is. And in the brief tick where we close the inventory, we don't play on unhover or something, or it is still going through an on hover tick and setting it to be visible. It's got to be related to the hover and unhover on that. Nothing to do with the animation. Which info panel, maybe? But we only set inventory hotbar set visibility. It's running that for like one tick after it has I don't know why we do this. There's a few ways I can solve this, but I don't want to delete this if it is doing something. And I don't remember why we do this here. Worst case, I can just delay until next frame on the first person character and close the hotbar at the end. Not a big deal. I don't really see anything that it's doing that it needs to be doing. So I guess I'll just leave that unhooked. Unhooked to prevent issue with hotbar staying visible. Not sure why this was needed in the first place. Why is my F not there? There it is. Doesn't seem to cause issue when unhooked. We just said on Cauldron Chronicles, what were some other game ideas you were considering? That's a very good question. We did a little bit of prototyping on a game called Porn Studio Janitor, which was an idea I had while admittedly a bit drunk. I really like games like, what was it called? Viscera Cleanup Detail. They're pretty fun to play, they're relaxing, they're good for my mental state, and they're pretty fun to play with friends. So I wanted to create something that was a bit like that. Exactly. But you were the person hired to clean up after filming was done on a porn shoot. So it would be like messy, there'd be liquids everywhere, trash and stuff, and it would all depend on like what they were they filming some kinky sort of like, I don't know, BDSM dungeon sort of thing, and you have to put things back where they were, and then also prepare the set for the next thing that was going to be filmed. I thought of that a game like that would get a far higher PG rating than something like Viscera. Yeah, it was that was one of the reasons we didn't keep working on that Runty robot, was that also nice to meet you. was that how do you market this? It's like, yes, I think it could find popularity, but it's also going to be a really difficult game to get playable anywhere near Twitch or YouTube. It's one of those games that would just be played by people similar to like it would be really hard to edit. I don't know. It would just be, yeah. Would it be considered too not safe for work? And then on top of that, it was like, well, if this is our first game, this is going to send a message to players and publishers that this might be what we want to do for all of our games in the future. It wasn't a bad idea. It just seemed like it had problems with it, primarily in the marketing and publishing department. That would have made it. It markets itself, but it markets itself to players, and that seemed a little bit risky for us at the moment. I don't know. We could always return back to it, but it would be hard to play on Twitch, though. It'd be very, very difficult. We had some other games too. I think I have a spreadsheet somewhere. Let me see if I can find something. Internal chat. Yeah. Well, we had an idea spreadsheet. I put some one sheets in there, but I think I have them. Yeah, we had Armadillo Pinball, which was just a working title. That was going to be a pinball game similar to Sonic Spinball. So you worked your way up through a much more massive set of tables until you reached like the final boss or something. And the art style was going to be like Day of the Dead kind of stuff. So like Mexican tradition Day of the Dead stuff. And you were going to play as a armadillo skeleton rolling up into a ball, being the pinball. And I felt like that could still be pretty popular, quite niche, but still popular within that niche. But we don't have an artist that would be able to do that, and that's a bit challenging. Not saying it was a bad idea, but as soon as it's adult or sounds adult, it's much harder to get off the shelf. Yeah, I 100% agree. You still have the porn gender prototype project file? Yeah, I think we do still have the prototype somewhere. Unless you have cloud shadows in the grass, but not the path. Is this intentional? I think for the grass shadows, it's actually being handled at a material level. It's a little weird, but it's being handled at the material level, and it's not the clouds from the sky. I could turn that off, but I also noticed that yesterday. Thank you, Renty Robot, for the follow. Good luck on your fish. Electrobot's Mean Bean Machine was also, it was. I love Sonic Spinball. I think that it gets a bit of a bad rep. Is it on here? Sonic Spinball. It is. So if people don't know what it was a pinball game, but you worked your way up through multiple levels of machines, and each of them had like the different puzzles to go through. So it's kind of like an open world, open table pinball machine, which is pretty cool. And I've always wanted to make like a spiritual successor to that. Another one I called Block of Sin, which was a really stupid name to put it. And I do have a pitch deck for that, although it's kind of shitty. Using shitty AI generated photos, so ignore that, please. It was pretty old. So it was a game where you controlled one small block of a mega city, of like a megalopolis, and it was a building and management game. So you controlled this one, like it was, what were the games? So like Tiny Tower, if you guys remember that mobile game, and of course you have SimCity, Frostpunk, and City Skylines, but you only controlled this one small block. And the AI would control the blocks adjacent to you And so the way that they built theirs, so if they built a big residential tower, you'd have a lot more residents in your area. And so you could build up commercial districts and like shops to facilitate that and make some money that way. Or vice versa. If you built up a lot of residential, you might have the AI building a lot of commercial districts for that. So it was a pretty cool like micro management game as opposed to macro management where like City Skylines or Sim City you build the whole city. This you would just be building on the micro level and dealing more on the day-to-day with like the individual tenants. So like maybe some junkies move in, right? Because it was like dystopian futuristic mega city. And I thought that could be kind of cool, although we need to develop some technologies first before we do that. You're just getting into game dev, just as a new thing to learn and work on. I've been doing web development and design since the mid-90s. Oh, wow, pretty cool. Also my job today, so just branching out, coming in here with the hopes to learn a lot. Well, I hope that we can teach you a lot. We certainly like to have a lot of new faces around here. The other one that I do want to work on is a spiritual successor to Majesty. If you guys remember the old Majesty game. Some of you, if you're a bit my age, you probably remember the Majesty. I fucking love this game. I love this game to death. I still think that the gameplay of this holds up so well. It's a fantasy, they describe it as a fantasy kingdom simulator, but you don't control it's a strategy game, but you don't control the individual units. So you see here like the rangers over here, you have some gnomes that are building, some guards. You don't control them. You can influence them with reward flags, bounty flags, exploration flags like that, but they have a mind of their own. If they want to go to the tavern and drink, they'll do it. If they want to go home and sleep, they'll do it. If they want to go buy some potions or upgrade their armor and weapons, they'll do it. They might not want to do it, or they may have priorities over that. So it's a little bit frustrating, but in a fun way, where it's like, hey guys, we have 2 dragons heading towards our kingdom. I don't want you guys gambling in the tavern right now. You need to protect our kingdom. So you kind of influence them. So it's a bit of like a mix of a management game with Sims. I love it. And I've always wanted to make a spiritual successor to this, but in our own universe. And I want to do it with like Lovecraftian horrors and things like that. And that's probably going to be the game that I want to work on after Cauldron Chronicles. So it's going to be in this same universe, but in the different parts, maybe a different time period. And it's called the Nightmare Lake. And I'd made a presentation for that too. But this was before we had any gameplay, and that's pretty tough to get sales with that. But it appears that a lot of people who love Majesty wanted something like that too, want a new game in that genre, because there aren't really a lot of strategy games where you don't control your units. It's a tough sell. But all the publishers we pitched to really like the idea. That's probably what we will work on next. Majesty was a great series, and it's just a shame that there's been nothing that's really like it. But I think if you tell strategy players, hey, we're making a strategy game, but you don't control your units, on the surface, it sounds really shitty. It sounds like it couldn't work. But then if you go back and you play Majesty, I do think the gameplay holds up really well. It's fun, it's difficult, it has great soundtrack, really fun units. But it is difficult, it is very challenging. It's a challenging game. Alright, let's see if we can find some more bugs. I don't like to develop new features without fixing bugs first. Things that are important though. Some of them aren't that important. Let's get Spoon here. See if we can do his quests. Hello, sir. He needs a poison, really. I wouldn't have guessed that. What kind of poison do you need? Ooh, needs something to do with a few guys he may not be on the friendliest of relations with. Okay, go on. Something a bit fatal, capable of dispatching some problems if I coat my blade in it. Stronger the better? Alright. It needs a strong poison. What do you need this for? There's this bandit clan. Clan Bastard or Beetroot, don't really remember. Prefer to think of them as the former option. These assholes stole my stuff and I want to get it back. Only problem is they've hidden it somewhere. I want to sneak into their camp, find that leader asshole, and interrogate him. Then I think I'll kill him. They'll just kill the leader? Of course, he stole my shit. Okay, let's take this bandit bastard down. Is there anything that might make your work easier? I can make a separate potion that can cause paralysis. Actually, that would help a lot. I'll take that too. Don't forget I want to interrogate him before he dies, so don't make any of this too strong. Okay. So you don't have an artist? Are you we're working with assets? Yes, anything that isn't a colored cube. Like this, because this is the capability and extent of my abilities. Is an asset. Text menu looks great, but the black text at top is not great. This one? These are the responses. What would you do to make it look better? Always wanted to make a game like Majesty, except it's in first-person perspective and you're playing the king. Instead of navigating menus, it's more hands-on. That would sound pretty cool. But man, that would be tough. This man has the fucking worst UI. Yeah, it's all placeholder UI. If it's an easy fix, I'll do it. If it's something that would be like, oh, you need art and all that shit, I don't want to do that. Not black on gray? You don't like black on gray? You send me a screenshot of the dialog box, I'll see if I can find time to draw an alternative. Keeping it simple. I can send you guys a photo. You need something that stands out a bit more and also have an outline. If you give me some mock-ups, or if you go to interface in game, if you guys are looking for, if you guys are new to game dev, highly recommend interface in game. At the sound of you eating chips, no, it's crunching like paper. I think. Find like a game that you have an idea for similar text box, and just send me some of their interfaces. Really great mock-up and reference image website though. Does loot respawn after a while? Loot, like the sacks, will not. Any of the collectible ingredients will respawn right now after 48 hours of in-game time. So 2 days. Oh, potions are not providing amounts. Gotta fix that. An easy fix. Oh, I gotta fix this. I still haven't fixed this mesh. Water mesh in cave. Eats input. Eats visibility trace. I just want the toxic caps because I know that those will have poison on them, as we can see. Burns are all positive. The snail has to be fixed? What's wrong with the snail? You guys don't like snails? Did you fix the loot chest? No, that's the problem with the water mesh. I just gotta fix that. Can I make the snail potion? I could make a slowing potion. I will say though, right now, art is not the focus, especially UI art, because the UI is constantly changing. So we don't want to waste time putting in anything that is more than an ugly set of text blocks. It just needs to be functional. UI is usually one of the last things you work on in a game. A rocky path across the water, but there seems to be no downside to walking in the water in terms of gameplay. Is there motivation for the player to interact with that path, or is it only decorative? Right now, water does not do anything when the player walks into it, but it will make you wet as a status effect, which will make you easier to freeze. You could also slow the player down if they walk into it a little bit. That's all easy to do. Nightshade is poison. Needs more of a theme. It will have a theme, not in the prototype. Any sort of artwork on this is just a waste of time for prototyping. Because I might change the layout of things, which could fuck up the artwork, and then it's like, now I've double wasted the time because I wasted time making the art. Now I have to waste time again because I fixed some of the layout. Summer could prevent overheating. That could be it too. It will put the player out if they're on fire. For instance, we have immolation as a effect, as you can see here. So if you are on fire or going into water, we'll put you out. Alright, let's make the poison potion. Or the poison. Might be able to get stronger poison too on the nightshade. Yeah, that'll give me poison 3 if we distill it. Also gives druid sense, although I don't think that's going to be a problem. And if you want to know a spoiler, it won't cause a problem. This actually will not penalize the potion in any way, because this potion has no this effect has no effect on the current. It is a toxin of druid sense, that is true. Click the clarity, the outline text, and the selectable options. Yeah, this is just the response from the NPC. I don't know how deep we want to make that. There are going to be alchemist duels where you fight an AI alchemist by throwing potions at each other. There might be NPCs that if you piss them off, they could come back to attack you. Yeah. I could actually simplify the dialogue box and make it better. What is overly complicated about it? About the dialogue box? When you guys look at it, what is confusing or difficult about its usability? Druid Sense is an effect that will allow you to see traps and ingredients that are grown in the wild. We don't have any of those yet, though. Those are part of the combat update. You think it's stupid to polish a small part of the game to showcase the final product for crowdfunding? If you're crowdfunding, you should have your vertical slice, in which case you should have finalized assets like that. If you're not crowdfunding, though, if you're just showing this to a publisher, something like this is more than enough. Because a publisher will understand what early game development looks like because they look at, in some cases, thousands of games in early development. Players don't. Players expect quality, they expect polish, and showing them something like this can be confusing. Make the black text instead of like the options. Let's make the black text. So make this white. I made it different colored so that you would have some difference of knowing this is the response from the NPC and this is what you choose. You think white with black outline. I think that would be confusing. I think some difference between what the NPCs are saying and what the player has options is probably better. Let me take a look at Finder. Here's what something like Pathfinder did. Can I get a sizable image? Thank you. This is slightly different color. Plus it uses the character name there, which we did have initially, but I removed it. BG3 dialogue. I actually hate BG3's dialogue system. I think it's really bad. Confusing. I don't like it. Plus, characters have voice acting, so it's a little bit less important to make it different. Pathfinder used quick encyclopedia mechanic. It did, and it was nice. You want to do it here too? I might. From the text box in Prince of Persia: Lost Crown. Show me the put the link here. But just remember, we are not doing anything artistic with UI. It is 1,000,000% a waste of time in prototyping. It's a huge waste of time and money. I like Pathfinders, especially the tabbing of options is nice. That reminds me a bit of old Baldur's Gate, which I think they also did a tab, but I'm not sure. No, they didn't, but they did do separate colors, which I think helps a lot. I think that could be challenging. It's a pretty small box. We have some pretty big dialogue lines. I mean, I like the character appearing here, but it'll depend. It'll depend on what we have money and time for. Dark Alliance. Fuck, Dark Alliance was so good. This is immersive, but it's also really hard to read. I would rather forego immersion in some cases to make it easier to read like this. I prefer this style for our game. I think our game is more of an RPG in this regard. Longer dialogue, deeper dialogue options. An extra darker box around it. But is this hard to read in the way that it is now? Is it worth changing? Because I look at this and I don't have any problem separating it. You plan to keep it that way for prototyping? Sure. So I don't see any problem with it for prototyping. Visually, it doesn't look like Spoon's dialogue. We discussed longer than it would take to change, yes, but we don't know what to change it to. If it needs to be, I don't think it needs to be changed. I think it should be left aligned, maybe. You guys are you're so focused on changing some text for a fucking prototype. I love it. I love it, but it's so unnecessary. It's such a waste of time. Like, it isn't causing a bug. I don't think it's confused anybody. For production, we'll worry about it. We have budget for a UI designer. I will even prove it. Somebody who does this for a living. 2D artist, UI designer. Look at that. Right from the start of Vertical Slice. It's just not important to do it for prototype. Look, when we start a prototype, we're going to be making an entirely new project, or starting Vertical Slice, which is production. This is pre-production. Pre-production UI just needs to be functional and decent. It does not need to be perfect. I agree that the little details count, but the little details waste time. And sometimes little details can improve the gameplay experience. I don't know if improving left aligning the text and making it white is really that crazily important. Functional and easy to work with, yeah. It's like, does this look good? No. Is it functional? Yes, it is functional. Is it looking good to have some of these with transparent and some of these without transparent backgrounds? No. Is it functional? Yeah. Offline text is easier to read. I agree. Some of you call comfortable read width, which is roughly around 1/3, 1/2 of the total screen width. The contrast appears a bit off as well, which make it harder to read, but those are future notes. Yeah, that'll be up to the UI designer. I agree that sometimes the smallest things makes a difference, but that's up to the design team to determine what is actually going to dramatically impact the game. But we don't agree how it should look. That's the issue. I don't think changing the color and changing it to left aligned is really going to improve it that much. Maybe you disagree. I'll do it if you guys really, really, really want it, but I'm not going to put any art in there. And I think this 100% looks way, 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 way better than this, and even to some extent this. I think if we want to try to aim for something to mimic, it should be this. To at least start with. For most prototyping, you should not do any sort of... Oh yeah, I forgot to set that to a sword. Actually weird that I didn't do that. I gotta fix that. You shouldn't do any UI art or much UX in prototyping. Which is another reason that games often don't show their prototypes, is because they look ugly and players will judge that. I need to set that to overlap, not block. Oopsies. That star was also misaligned. Not saying you change the entire thing. No, I'm not saying that you're saying that. I just don't see much of a need to. I haven't had any people play this and complain that it was hard to read yet. So 1 or 2 people saying it in chat is not necessarily enough to convince me that it's an issue, even though I could be wrong. UX extends beyond the UI. It's true. But you're saying early on, Runty Robot, we are in prototyping phase. We are pre-production. We want to fail fast, determine if the gameplay is fun, and build out features and eliminate unknown unknowns as fast as possible. Small things like that, or like making it so our footstep sounds work, which we had a bug with, and that's actually a lot more work than it sounds like, they don't really impact the game that much. I agree that experimenting might give me a better idea, but I think that hiring a UI designer would give us the best idea. And we have that budgeted. That's why the game is going to cost $4 million to make. Well, the gameplay is UX. That's good. It's user experience. But UI is often tied to UX, which I'm not a big fan of. Usually I would separate UI and UX designers. Renova goes at least one, more often 2 to 3 reshapes during production. But that's 100% correct. Going full in from the start is not logical in regard to resources. Yeah, you are 100% on case. Having worked on three games, I can promise you, if you start working on UI early, you are wasting so much time and money. Especially in prototype, where those things can change day to day to day. You might say, okay, we're going to overhaul our inventory. We're going to overhaul our dialogue system. And it's like, well, all the work that you've done to make those small adjustments might have just been wasted time. Especially in Unreal, where making UI can be quite time consuming. It can be. Working since a week only on animations. So I get it. I get what you guys are saying, but there's about a million things I'd rather spend my time on than messing with how something looks or feels. And I only do it if it's going to have a more dramatic impact on the gameplay. And that's exactly why we are so far along in development after less than half a year of total development days. It's a sphere. I need to fix the collision on this. To simply overlap. A lot of UX can do UI. Yeah, I've worked with a couple UI, UX designers. They were okay. I do think having a dedicated UX designer is better, but that's another person that you're bringing on. I would probably just outsource a UX designer for a couple months, maybe, total. A little bit before each major milestone. With the zero bug policy we intend to implement, I think that we won't have any problem constantly checking user experience. There's a funny story where on one of the games I was working on, we were asked pretty early on, just as a hypothetical, to judge how long it might take to, I gotta fix that too, to implement one of the crucial UI pieces in the game. And most people said that it would only take about 2 to 3 weeks maximum, and it ended up taking about 2 to 3 months. I know that it breaks the immersion, but this is not meant for players. This is not meant for playing by players. We still make builds for players, but this build is only meant for publishers and investors, and it will only ever be meant for publishers and investors. Players will not be playing this. It will not be put up on Steam for people to play. It won't be part of our demo. What is our demo on Steam will be a vertical slice, which will include finalized assets, including finalized UI. And that's where the separation is. That's why I don't care about certain things, because if I show that to a publisher and I say, oh yeah, we'll have finalized art on the dialogue. Okay. There's no question, because they just assume that that's going to be the case. That's weird. I think I know why we had that ignoring. I just need to overhaul the Throne Potion. There's some old stuff on that. This mesh, though, needs to have a tag for Flux Hide. Because it is on top of the water, and it was causing the ground capture to capture these. It still is. Maybe because the entire thing is. Perfect. Make prototype as ass as possible. I mean, really, it should be. You know, a game prototype build is usually just white boxed. We're going a bit above and beyond because we don't have a. We don't have a an artist to concept, but most prototypes just look like this. With the most simple bullshit UI ever. Exactly, they're just blockouts. Even the AAA games will look like this. I know that God of War prototype. They did release some. Is this it? Yeah, this was prototype for the Baldur fight. And most of these UI elements are just placeholder. It's all just to test things. I thought they released like a level design prototype too, but I can't find that. And this is a AAA studio. And here's prototype for Uncharted. I love that. That's what we're making. The only reason I'm doing the art is because we don't have a concept artist. How's the potion throwing mechanic? Do they have physics gravity enabled? Yes. Because I know I'd start trick shotting potions if so. They do have physics enabled. We do a prediction on that right now, which looks a bit shitty, but we're gonna fix that for the next build. And that's the prediction arc. So if you throw a potion. Well, it's not working because I'm fucking up my potions. Hold on. We had one bug that we fixed, and then it caused other bugs. Classic. You can see it follows that prediction path. Just wish you could see more of it. Relevant considering October is always Blocktober. You're right about that, yeah. We're showing a prototype to publisher, but at least put a little effort into tweaking and polishing everything to be somewhat presentable. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. Ice Creek. I think that putting in some polish can help, but oftentimes the return on investment for a publisher when you start polishing everything and making everything look pretty, the cost to get there will often be much, much more than it ever needed to be. Because if you show this, already what we have here, and this was back in April, it was with our old April build. I'll show you the trailer that we showed to publishers. We showed this to publishers. 100% gameplay, by the way, again. But they said that this was already way, way more than most developers show them. So if you're wondering whether or not it's worth spending time to polish things, in a lot of cases, it's not. It's absolutely not. And this was only after... We have the number somewhere. This was 85 days of development. So we're not even doubling the days of development yet. And this was already more than what most developers come to them with. So that has to be considered. Now, a couple tweaks here and there don't hurt, but they need to provide some value. And usually messing with UI does not add value because publishers are not expecting any UI to be completed at that point. Waste of time. Is there a quick throw option for combat? Yeah, you can just click to throw. You don't have to aim. You have a potion seller? You are the potion seller. Who are these publishers? I'm not going to name names just because I don't want to reveal that I've met with them. And it's not because of you guys, it's actually because of other people. Other people in the industry might say some bad things. But they're mostly indie publishers, I'll put it that way. Indie and AA. How did you get in first touch with publishers, and what would you say is the difference to crowdfunding or going publisher? There's a lot of differences. But I just contact publishers, or I have other people that I've connected with. I go to conferences. If you say I have a game, I have a budget, I have a milestone breakdown, most publishers will meet with you. It's better to go through publisher versus indie. There are benefits. Publishers have experience doing things like localization, marketing, importing, or QA even. That's a huge boon. They also often have experience doing, they often have dev kits for consoles and have experience with certification. So that's a boon. They'll be able to assist you with development beyond just providing money. In this case, they often might do community management too, but they will be asking for profit from that, right? The thing is, if you get, let's just go like Tiny Build, right? That's a good example. Tiny Build has 143,000 followers on Steam. If they publish your game, that gets sent out to 143,000 people. They also might do collaborations with other games, just like Dead Cells does. Dead Cells just did their Castlevania. Or not just did, but they recently did that. They might also do collaborations with other games. I know Terraria has done some before as well. Satisfactory might have done some, I think. So having a publisher can get you in some of those doors a lot easier than it would be on yourself. And it can also get you that boost up to get accepted by Steam's algorithm rather than what most games will be, which is just deleted by Steam's algorithm essentially on the moment they get published. Which I'll see if I can find it. Let me open this up in a incognito so we don't get any not safe for work games though. 99% I would say of players will look at this, new and trending. Some people might click over to popular upcoming. What most players won't do is click on upcoming releases and select all upcoming releases to see just how many games are coming out today alone, which is all of them from here and up. And this is where most games will end up, especially indie published games. This is where most likely, if you are a solo developer, your game is going to end up. And your game will unfortunately get under 10,000 sales and not make enough money to recuperate costs. It's a sad reality, but that's just what it is. 30 to 45 per day is pretty normal. Yeah, it is. Hey, take care, Renty Robot. Hope to see you again. Having a publisher matters to the algorithm. It matters because you will immediately get a boost because that publisher probably has some sort of following already and can generate enough wish lists to push you past the minimum threshold for the algorithm to put you on popular upcoming. Not always, but you have a much higher chance at that. Just tomorrow we have all of these releasing just tomorrow. And you will never ever see most of these, if not all of them. It's kind of crazy, isn't it? And it's not that these are bad games. It's not at all that these are bad games. It's just that they didn't generate enough interest. And that is hiding not... Yeah, you're right. It's hiding not safe for work games, which I think I could show. Honestly, I think I could show it because the titles and pictures probably won't get me banned. So this is actually tomorrow. Wild. Wild, wild, wild. And you gotta climb your way out of the pile of games coming out? Yeah, you do. And it's really difficult. What was one that was released recently? Maybe a month ago that we would have considered part of this. Well, I don't know. That'd be hard to find. The fact that I don't even know what they would be called is just because they never get found out. And if we compare this to Steam's popular upcoming games, how many of these are actually coming out in the next 2 days? We do have Feudal Baron Kingsland on there, and Age of History 3, The Hungry Fly, Blackthorn Arena, While We Wait Here, Technotopia, Wilmot Works It Out, Wild Planet, Rivers of Aether, and my femboy roommate. So about only half. And that's pretty damn decent. But then, how many of these actually end up on new and trending, right? Could make an incredible game and then get drowned out by all that shit. Yeah, and sometimes it might just depend on release. You could make a great game, but if it overlaps one of Steam's sales, you're not going to get any visibility. If it overlaps a popular release, that's not going to get any visibility. The nice thing is a publisher has people it has a marketing team specifically so that they can be aware of competition and those sales and set a release window that accommodates your game the best. Does it always work out? No. But it's something that you now don't have to worry about. But that still matters even if your game is free to play. Free to play is it's a little bit different. Free to play is a little bit different. But it still matters. You have to find a way to tap into some kind of existing crowd, yeah. You do that yourself too, but it will take a lot of time. Exactly. And it's like, what would you rather be doing, and what do you feel more qualified to do as a developer? Marketing your game or developing the game? You could hire a publisher just to do the marketing, but not pay you any money for development. So, any of these things that I mentioned, like localization, certification, physical releases, QA, marketing, porting, you can hire a publisher most of the time to do any or all of these. And maybe you just don't feel comfortable doing one of those aspects. You can hire a publisher. You could work with a localization company to do that themselves. Like I have a bunch of contacts that are just localization companies that I might want to work with. And I don't have to have a publisher take a little bit more off of the profit of the game to handle that. but I then have to manage that myself, right? I have to be either me or the producer. Probably the producer would be doing this. Would be liaisoning, communicating with the localization company to determine if it's working, if it's done, things like that. How you doing, Velma? It's good to see you today. Publisher contracts are 100% negotiable. Just if you want the ability to negotiate in your favor, has something to show for it. Yeah, the more you have to show for it, the better chances you are of getting a good deal. Again, that is one of the reasons why you might want to put extra polisher work into your prototype. But some things just aren't worth the time. What if you want 100% of the profit? Then don't release on Steam because Valve is going to take 30%. Don't make it with Unreal or Unity because they're going to charge some money. And then you have the big old government taking part of that too. UE charges 12% if you make over $1 million on the product. And that's after taxes and other costs. Otherwise, Unreal takes nothing. Unreal then takes 5% only if you publish on the Unreal marketplace. But that is, again, after the 1 million. Unreal takes 30%. Taxes can take another 30% off the top of that. Depends on the country you're in. But Unreal, at the very least, Unreal will not take any money from your net profits until you make 1 million in net profits. Meaning after taxes, after fees. I believe. I believe that's the wording on it. But I think it's off of net sales, not net total profits. So company expenses are not factored into that. It's just after the 30% from sales. All lifetime gross revenue above 1 million that is directly attributable to the UE product, regardless of who collects it, will be subject to a 5% royalty. Revenues generated from sales in the Epic Game Store are royalty free. Lifetime gross revenue. So I guess the Steam cut would not count. You would it would be counting on before that is taken into account. So meaning if your game is $10, once you sell 100,000 copies on Steam, you start having to pay that fee, but only on the money after that 100,000. So you keep the first million, essentially. The game is free to play. Steam would take 30% in every microtransaction? Yes, I would assume so. Although they only take 30% unless you generate enough revenue for Steam. I think then they lower the 30% to like 20% or something. I don't know where they put it. I don't know which page has it, to be honest. But I know that they lower the 30% price for games that make enough money, but I think it's like $10 million or $20 million. Kind of crazy. Why do we have a collision and a overlap? Why do I do two separate things here? Publisher takes 30, Steam takes 30, US government takes 30, Epic takes 5. It doesn't work exactly like that, Ice Creek, but it's not too far off. Someone buys microtransactions at $1, Steam takes 30 cents, and I get 70 cents. Yes, and then from that 70 cents, you would have to pay taxes on that. Because that would be directly going into your account. 30% is the fee. You wouldn't have to pay on the fee. You would only have to pay on what the company actually makes. Then you could also deduct company expenses from that, though. So things like salaries, offices, supplies, electronics, rent, whatever, that can all be deductible from the taxes that you have to pay as a company. That's why you hire an accountant and don't do it yourself. The sphere ignores everything. Oh no, the sphere blocks. We don't care about that. We only do the collision component. Steam's cut is tax deductible? Wouldn't know. Wouldn't know. It's possible, but I wouldn't know personally. When does it get taxed by government? It would be taxed at the end of the year for most places. In the US, it's at the end of the year. Before February or March, whatever tax day is in the US. April, Jesus. I always get it at the end of the year. Keep it simple. In Poland, you have to do it, I think you can optionally do it every month or at the end of every year. I did it every month. I don't know. It's taxes are tax. Fuck taxes. We can all agree on that though, right? We're all in the same boat. Fuck taxes. Happy tax day. Wouldn't you have to make enough money to be taxed? You would have to make enough money, yes. Yeah. If you don't make enough money, then you won't be. But if you are a corporation, you probably have to be taxed in the US regardless. If you are a single member LLC or an individual, then you are taxed as an individual. And so that does have minimum requirements to be taxed at all. It's like 25,000 or something. But that is after deduction. So if you make like 40,000, but you have enough to deduct from whatever you would pay on that 40,000, you might not have to pay any taxes at all. Fuck the current tax system. Yeah, it's kind of fucked. Not great. It's not great, is it? I had to pay money last year just because I owned a business, even though I made no money. I had to pay a flat fee that was not reducible in any way. Yeah, we do the overlap. Destroy self. We don't want to do that. Realistically, I think we could just hook this in. Oh, I'm not a fan of this. These throwable potions are really old. Most of us indies with LLCs or self-employed, it'll be April 15th, but paid quarterly ahead of time. See, I have a single member LLC, but I don't pay quarterly. But it is a single member LLC, not a whatever the other type is. So maybe that's the difference. Taxes are important, but our current tax system is rigged. The people on the bottom and middle run pay more in taxes than the people on top. I think that it's okay to find. I'm a bit anti-government. I'm not like anti-establishment, but I don't like the government, and I think it's I'm happy when people find loopholes to not have to pay tax. But I'm also not happy that it's a bit too easy to dodge taxes. You know what I mean? Partnerships the other way. That's what I mean. Thank you for that. The thing is, if you have enough deductions or you've paid enough in fees, it makes sense that you don't have to pay taxes. I get that it seems weird that somebody making millions of dollars doesn't pay tax, but they do, just in other ways. Or if their companies lose enough money, they can deduct that. And they're losing money to, in a lot of cases, the government itself. So it seems weird, but some of these make sense. Sometimes they make sense. And I'm a little bit more okay with people who employ others and make a lot of money that end up finding loopholes to not have to pay taxes than I am with people just sitting on money. Because at least then you're providing some benefit to people. You're creating jobs. I don't know. There's a lot of nuance to it, I guess. And I'm certainly wouldn't be an expert in that. Real estate and bogus claims of building degradation. The thing is, do I want bogus claims to remove the fact that some people who may not be doing it bogus to not have the ability to reduce their taxes because of honest building degradation? No. I'd rather solve the loopholes that people are using that are not honest. Girlfriend works for one of the biggest, for his tax consultant, is always more fucked up. How? Have shadow loses? What do you mean? The 1% should be audited every year. I could support that. They have nothing to hide, they have nothing to fear. I will say I'm a little bit more supportive of the average lower class or middle class family finding ways to not pay taxes than I am of the people with shit tons of money. Oh, losses that aren't there? Yeah, I would support auditing those individuals then. I mean, that's just scamming. That's just actual fraud. That's tax fraud is what that is. Need to... Yeah, see, it just goes through these. Actually, more for higher standard deduction. I think the issue is that most of the taxes come from the middle class. And those are the people that we should be propping up. I think the most, or, you know, we should be propping up more than, like, the high class, upper class. Millions of dollars in the stock market as long as you take out less than 48,000 per year as single or 96 as married, you'll pay 0% taxes. Interesting. The thing is that at the very least, Elon spends his money doing things that in many cases do benefit people. For whatever you think about him, he does own companies that employ people. And he spends a lot of his own money to fund these in many cases. Denial of sleep is getting to him? I think so too. Those employees are treated very poorly. I've heard stories of both sides. I don't know. I don't see the people at SpaceX being that upset. I've heard the stories of Tesla, but those have largely been insubstantiated in some cases. Not all cases, but some cases. But if we run the overlap, know quite a few that worked at Tesla factory. I mean, is that Elon's fault, or is that the fault of the people managing Tesla? Those factories. Both, maybe? Like, what is happening different at Tesla and SpaceX, where SpaceX employees don't seem to have that problem, but Tesla sometimes does? I'd be curious to know where that happens. I don't think Elon is as bad as people say, but I don't think he's as great as he's not infallible. What are your thoughts on AI? What AI? What kind of AI? Overlap with physics. It should perform the potion hit. We'll see. I know a lot of rich people though that spend their money in way worse ways than Elon does. I'll say that at least. He takes credit for others' work. I mean, the guy does have. He is very, very knowledgeable about engineering. And usually when I see him talking about stuff like Neuralink, he's the one putting others in the limelight. It's not uncommon that that company owners or CEOs are spokesmen for their workers. Like Starlink, like Tesla, like SpaceX, I don't like his Twitter changes, but I was never an active user. I don't know, Twitter is not really that different than what it was. It's about the same as it ever has been. What is it hitting? It should not be hitting the water surface. What is it hitting? What the fuck is it hitting? It also said some questionable things ideologically. What person hasn't? What person doesn't have some weird views? Like AI generation programming? I think it's dangerous for individuals. Meaning, I think that it's too easy to forget how to do things because of AI. I don't think it's a replacement for being intelligent. Yeah, I mean, most actors that I enjoy are questionable ideologically and politically. It just doesn't matter. They can have their opinions. I watch them for their acting, not their politics. Yeah, that was weird. Oh, it's hitting my character. Well, I don't want it ignoring the pawn. Or I don't want it ignoring pawns. I gotta ignore the player. Are we all actors in some way? Kinda. I think that people are allowed to have their opinions. That's what freedom is. That's what freedom of thought is. And even if those opinions are a bit extreme, I may not agree with them, and I may not want to debate with that person, but like, as long as you're not committing crimes, it's not a big deal. equal to player pawn. Well, we could do not equal, just to keep it similar in usage here, and then we'll just do an or. No, people don't have to like anyone. I've been pretty outspoken about politicians, so I think I'm used to pissing off both sides of the aisle on this one. Let's just keep it civil in chat, okay? People don't have to like anyone. You currently use AI for any of your prototypes or work? Yeah, I'll use it to like summarize some stuff. I'm not going to use it in production for generative. But sometimes I tell ChatGPT to summarize my design notes. It's like I kind of write chaotically. And that saves me a lot of time. I think everyone who disagrees with you politically should be arrested. Fair enough. Oh, we're not performing the potion hit. I see one of the issues. It is a hit result, right? Okay, I just need to separate these. Feature Nightmare. Pretty much use ChatGPT as a level up Google. Yeah, I feel you on that one. I think it's really good at some things, but it's really bad at other things. And it shouldn't be taken as necessarily a source of knowledge. I wish it came with a confidence meter. Or a list of the sources that it obtained this information from. Bing Chatbot does that? It's pretty nice. But it uses Bing. Look at it hitting. The way that we handle this thrown potion is kind of fucking annoying. Do you think it's ethical to use it or scary knowing that it might have plagiarized someone else's work? I don't think it's ethical to use generative AI at the moment because it is trained off of pre-existing things that most of the time companies have not gotten the rights to use. And because, especially if you're asking it to be creative, you're training it off of other people's things. And it doesn't have that human spark to it. Using large language models to like summarize is great, or to, you know, do things that don't require it to be creative or just spark your imagination. Human brains are trained off of pre-existing things, but they know how to be creative in a way that right now AI does not. That's kind of weird because it's kind of like using the same thing as using Google for answers. Yes, but you don't know where it got it from. And using Google for answers is, as anybody who is older than 20 should know, not always the most accurate. So a ton of students drop out of the first few programming classes because they kept using ChatGPT and never learned anything. Yeah, I think it's happening too in schools for like writing essays, or like learning. I think it can also be a really good learning tool, but you have to remember it is not always accurate. It can be really good for breaking down certain common things that may be easy to find and realize. But even then, you have to take it with a grain of salt. It could just be wrong. Learn to learn with ChatGPT. Fair. Sometimes you learn shit that doesn't exist, yeah. It will really just make things up not know that it will make things up, not tell you or give you any indication that it's made up until you call it out and tell it that it's wrong. But the only way you can do that is if you know that it's wrong. And if you don't know that it's wrong, that's the scary part to me. I'd rather if the AI didn't know, it would say, I don't know. I don't have information on that. Same as everyone, sure, but then it is no better than just listening to other people. But the thing is that people treat AI like some new being when it is just as bullshit as anything else. AI is God. It's great to help for brainstorming. I agree. Yeah. Yeah, brainstorming and summarizing text is fantastic for it. It's like, oh yeah, I could do this, and then you rework the idea into your own needs. Just have to cross-examine every sentence. You probably should, but do you think that people will? Oh, I should be doing an and boolean here. Oopsies. My bad. Oop. Don't do that. Considering the average user on the internet is not very smart, I'd say the average person would not. Oh, cross-examine? No, they won't. They will not. Should be a special AI only trained by big universities. I think AI should just not be used in a generative sense at the moment. It's clearly not any more accurate than anything else. The problem is that we haven't trained ourselves in the same way that we've kind of trained ourselves with Google and Wikipedia to understand that this is written by humans. And in often cases, especially for like politically charged situations, especially AI or the Wikipedia articles can be very, very inaccurate or one-sided. But we've accepted that this is probably not the most accurate source. But AI, we haven't really trained ourselves to think that way yet. Light poison. Nice. We learn better how to use it fast. I agree. But that's not to deny that some level of educational, I don't know what word to use here. Not necessarily delay, but maybe delay. Some sort of educational delay will occur because newer generations are being raised to treat AI like it knows everything. And some things it knows up here really well, almost perfectly, will never give you necessarily a bad outcome when you ask for it. And some things it knows this much. But all of it, it will pretend like it knows about it. Gotta be careful what your kids do, I agree. I had it ask me to do a simple XP per hour calculation once, ChatGPT, and it just generated the completely wrong answer. I don't know if I still have that link. It'd be really funny to see. I don't think I have it. Which is just XP divided by hours, right? To get XP per hour. And It just said the wrong thing, and it's like, well, I know math enough to know this thing, but if some kid who doesn't know math very well would just take that at face value, they wouldn't know how to understand math. I think that bug is fixed. Water mesh in cave eats visibility trace. Let's fix that. Where's my mesh? Here it is. Oh, default collision. I don't want it to have any collision. At least not for now. Well, you know what? I'll give it custom collision. We'll just make it ignore visibility trace. And overlap the rest. And do query only. And then we can do generate overlap events, since that'll be important for effects. Your thoughts on most new games will be using these generative AI potentially in artwork, code, and sound? I hate it, personally. I think some players will be okay with it. But I hate it. I think that it is... In most cases, it is soulless implementation. Standalone potions aren't providing amounts. Should be able to fix that. Hating completely, I'm fine. There are contracts in place and it's the company's stuff that was trained on, but elsewhere I hate it. I'm a little bit more understanding of maybe a indie developer that uses AI voices to do the voice acting. If you don't have the money, I get it. If you're using generative AI as concept art or as a reference to give to a concept artist, fine, you know, whatever sparks your mind. I mean, reference art is no different. You're just taking somebody else's art and saying, yeah, I want it to look like this thing. I think if the company has money and they choose to use like AI to write or voice act, I think that's really fucking soulless. Machine learning, though, I really like a lot. Machine learning is a little bit different to me than AI. Though there might be a fine line there, right? Maybe everything looks the same and sounds the same because the AI iterations are like 1 million in and don't have real new content to generate from. That could be true too. Isn't AI just machine learning in a fancy way? I kind of feel that way as well. For example, if I said, hey ChatGPT, write me some inventory code or dialogue box and use that in-game, is that crossing the line? I don't think it's crossing the line, but you have to realize that like buying plugins on the store, you are getting code that somebody else wrote that you don't know and you didn't write, so you don't understand. And it has the exact same caveats as my own personal feelings about buying plugins for games. You're playing with a machine, in this case, that you don't understand. You're playing with something you do not understand. And it might work, it might not. And if it breaks, you might not know how to fix it because you didn't make it. So really, you haven't learned anything. You have paid or just spent time to get something that you don't understand. What if you do understand it? then I think that you are saving time, but you're also not really building on reflex and experience. Then you don't need AI. You don't need it. You're just saving time for something that you are not really gaining a lot of. You might not be gaining experience on how to deal with. 2 out of 10 in architecture. Yeah, because it doesn't understand your architecture, right? And architecture is more time consuming. That's a really good way. That's a really good point to bring up. Architecture is harder and much more important. Which is why blueprints in many cases suck. Hey, August, getting shaders to work on mobile. I don't envy you. What was the other thing that we fixed? Oh, the standalone potions? Okay, I'll go check the standalone potions are working now. They should be. I like to use AI code for some easy functions that I slap later in a big chunk together and edit in a way I need to use it. That's fair. I think it's the same thing as Stack Overflow or watching tutorials. You're getting code that wasn't written by you, and it has the exact same caveats and danger as those things. So I think that experienced coders who use AI to augment their work probably have a much more reasonable use of it than coders who don't know anything and use it but don't understand how to make the most of it or how to learn from it. That opens up perfectly. What I'm saying is using it for snippets or functions that you know what it does but you don't want to just sit there writing every line might be okay then. But I don't think it necessarily hurts to write the code yourself either. It's good training, right? It's experience, and that's how you build skill and intuition. What's the other word? Reflex. You'll become a better teacher if you do those things yourself, I think. I gotta fix the beach ball. The impulse isn't enough now that I've changed some of the player settings. I also need to hide the hide barrel interaction box. I turn that on to debug and I always forget to turn it off. I could give the potions some rotational damping as well. Be mad if you paid an artist thousands of dollars for art and later found out they had used AI to generate the art? Yeah, because I would specifically hire artists to not use AI in art. In which case, I don't know if I would have a civil suit on hand for that. If I included specifically in the contract that they were not to use AI art and were to make things themselves, yeah, I would be able to sue them then. And I would be very pissed. ChatGPT can't do 70% of coding, which is problem solving. You can only go, here's an answer based on hundreds of other answers, of which many were incorrect or irrelevant to your specific situation. Good way to put it. Add rotational damping to oceans. Meshes. What if I know what ChatGPT can and can't do, but I still use it as a tool for those mundane tasks? I think you can only answer to God. Or Raptor Jesus. Or Buddha. Pick your flavor. You ever play GTA 4 back in the day? Hell yeah, I beat GTA 4. Fun game. Let me go see if these crates are working. I actually think that ChatGPT is slower to learn than if you spent the same amount of money teaching thousands of people those same concepts. Those crates didn't spawn anything. Check crates in ruins for loot tables. It could also be that I rotated them and the access they're getting to spawn is based off of the relative and it should be based off of the world. That's a possibility. Best feature in GTA 4 was the yeeting. I fucking love the yeeting. God, your character would go flying. It was so great. Nighttime. I like our comically big moon. I wish we had a separate mesh for it though. We'll get a custom mesh made in production. Maybe we'll have 2 moons. I don't know. Although I need to readjust the nighttime darkness because I made it bigger. Thank you, Whistler, for the follow. Should we add to the sky? It just add all the things to the sky. Stars, planet, aurora, clouds, moon, blue dick boy maybe. Yeah, that darkness is a bit better. One day I'll replace those stupid cloud cards too. Should add lunar eclipses. I think it supports lunar eclipses. I'm not sure. Eclipse. It only has solar eclipses at the moment. Giant floating cock and balls for the giggles. That might get me banned on Twitch. Publisher doesn't see lunar eclipses, then you can kiss funny goodbye. How many people are working on this? It is mostly me. But that's not to diminish the work of Kotzber, who hopefully is still in chat. He is a programmer, good design brain as well, and wants to work with our AI a lot, like NPCs. And then we have a combat designer who's been helping me out. He's a technical combat designer, and he's been in charge of handling our combat that we're planning to add. And then we'll likely do some tertiary systems that he wants to do. Alright, let's check these traits. Do they all have loot tables? They do. So it must have been that the spawning that we do for those is perhaps taking into account get world location spawn. Shouldn't be. Wonder why that wasn't spawning. I'll play an editor and then I will detach and see where it spawns them. Should I keep using it to write every line and function from scratch, especially if other open source projects are openly using generative AI as well? I just think it's dangerous. I think using AI to code for you is dangerous. That you didn't make what it needs, so you haven't coded it specifically to your needs. And you didn't walk through mentally the process of what you needed to do in the first place. Okay, where did it spawn those? It's obviously colliding with something. We have default collision handling. Let's change this to try to adjust location but always spawn. See if that helps. If the moment is extremely bad at writing projects, it may do some stuff in fragments, like a function detect some dubious code or generate not bad fragment of a code for something small, but since it's not actually AI but a glorified brute force data analyzer, it fails miserably at solving abstract problems. And also, like Hotspur says, it doesn't take into account your code architecture, which is, for larger projects and professional game development, 100%, way more important. With good architecture, you can make refactors and fixes relatively easy, but without that, you're playing with fire. Hey Sean, happy Wednesday. How's it going? It's spawning these. It's so weird. And they have loot tables too. Loot crate 3. Oh, because we removed the loot crate. Well, now I know what I need to do. If that loot table isn't present, we need to print that out. Loot, oh, you know, I'll just do an append. Whole AI bubble is 90% investors game and 10% probably even less. Real AI research. I wouldn't be surprised if it just explodes soon when everyone realizes we are not much closer to AI than 50 years ago. We just now have the hardware to brute force enormous amounts of data. And that's it. We don't even have one opinion on what intellect is. Do you remember that old AI chatbot that used to exist? And it would learn off the things that people were saying to it. And so it was just really horny. And it was back, like, I'm almost 30, right? So it was back when I was a kid. So like 10 to 15 years ago. This existed. And it was kind of slow and shit. It wasn't the MSN chatbot. It was like some, I don't know, if I look up millennial chatbot, I'm a little scared what's going to pop up. List of chatbots. Released. I remember Jabberwocky. It was Cleverbot. I think it was Cleverbot. Back in 2008. And I'm pretty sure people convinced... They convinced the chatbot that it was a female. And because it learned off of the things that people said, it was really horny. It became racist and horny. It was, to be honest, I kind of missed that. Not for those reasons, but just because it was something. It was something. It's still around apparently too. Really interesting. $18 plus? What, there's an 18 plus version? Oh god. Oh god, I'm not gonna do this on screen. There's an 18 plus version of it. Invalid loot table. Boink. Here's my next question. If I'm ever asked whether I used AI to build a project game, do I deny it or say I wrote it myself? Lying is never the way out of that. In my opinion. I know I'm kind of a stickler on that, but I don't think there's any benefit you're going to gain from lying. You either did something or you didn't, but you should own up to it at least. COD has been added. Thank you for adding COD, Sean. I appreciate that, man. If there's any others that are missing, you should add them. Lie to others, you lie to yourself, and believing that goes the dark path. It does. As one of the 12 rules for life says, tell the truth or at least don't lie. And I think that is very spot on. What? Oh my god, I love that. Let's add loot crate. Probably just similar to barrel, to be honest. It's a weird thing. Who owns the code, me or AI? I think that coders have been stealing code from each other ever since coding even came to be. I don't think that people should be embarrassed by that. I think that you should not use the code you've written. I don't know if this makes sense. You should not use the code you've written as a testament to what you can do as a coder, but rather what you can actually do as a coder without having to use other people's help. But that doesn't mean that you should be embarrassed for getting help. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, I still have to look things up to do Unreal. That doesn't mean that it's a bad thing, but there's a lot of things that I can do in Unreal without having to get help. And that's just what I've learned. But when you're working in, let's say, a game development job, do you know how many people in that job will look up things on the internet to help solve problems? Every single one of them. Every single one. Okay, I fixed that. Rotational damping to potion meshes. That's an easy fix. Should help prevent them spinning a little bit in the water. Software engineer equals professional Googler. Pretty much it. Hide potion and barrel interaction boxes. Hidden in the game. A lot of studios already use generative AI, especially in art production, for ideas. Yeah, but exactly, Vidal. They use it as a helper, right? Because there's no difference between, oh, I want the stop sign in our game to look like this, right? Which, I mean, who doesn't know what a stop sign looks like? Or they might use it, yeah, I want the texture for the stop sign to have the holes in it like this. There's no difference between using this image as a reference or using an AI generated one as a reference if it shows what you want the end result to be, right? There's no difference. So I think using generative AI for concept purposes or for reference purposes is no different than what we were doing before, which is just pulling images off of Google or drawing things. It's just an image. You may or may not own it. It's not meant to be in the final game. It is a reference. Oop, not the mesh. Don't hide that. Don't hide the mesh in game, please. Only the collision. That should fix those, and then the beach ball doesn't have enough impulse. Because the push force isn't high enough on the player. But I lowered that for a good reason. I could lower the beach ball's mass and adjust the pontoon. Might be the smarter way to do it. You can see how the well, the push force on the I can adjust the push force on the animals too. Jesus. I forgot that the push force and the cute little animals is gonna be the same thing. I need to see what I need to see what the player does to it first. Hold on. That was pretty crazy. The hold on. I know one of the reasons. The beach ball's upward impulse is far too high now. Holy shit. Oh! Someone likes their sulfur. That's definitely better somewhat for the player. Yeah, that's a lot better. Upward impulse might still be... Yeah, it's close. We're getting there. I love our beach balls. Never change. 650? 650 would sound... That sounds pretty good. Well, I was going to increase the beach ball's mass just a little bit more, so maybe I'll do 700. I think the difference with Dragon is that if you know how, because that's a really easy function to write yourself, using it to do something that you know how to do and that could arguably be considered reflex at a certain point is probably okay. If it's already reflex, you're not doing anything other than wasting time. The problem is that that line is different for every single person learning code. Wait a bit too much. Wasn't giving much upward thrust to it. I guess it's one of those things that you have to self-regulate. That it is up to the individual on how to use the tool properly. Gotta fix that, hold on. Say, dude, I made a game in assistance of AI. The problem is a lot of people will not buy your game simply because you made it with AI. And I don't necessarily blame them either. Oh, this buffed. Yeah, I need to lower the push force factor to whatever the player has. Watershader was working on Android preview and editor, but doesn't show up on my actual phone. PIE uses a different render pipeline than the build game. I did use AI for some things. Does that mean my whole project is infected with you made it with AI? Some people will think so because the nuance matters and they don't care about the nuance, which sucks, right? I have used ChatGPT to automate my strings so I could just paste a set of strings from my Excel and then it would format them for me. And that saved me time. So I used AI in the creation. Is it something I could do myself? Yes. Is it something that would have taken me hours to do myself? Yes. Do you want to reach these people? I think that anyone in life that doesn't care about nuance This is a hot take. This is this is spicy. Anyone in life who doesn't really care about nuance probably isn't somebody that I really want to talk to anyway, but they are still customers. But I'm very much somebody who enjoys nuance and enjoys. Fuck, I made these changes on the individual. Need to make it on the base. You. Should I just deny any AI involvement? No, I think you should just specify what AI helped with. The same way that we do with. Instead of just denying that I bought assets or something, I just state specifically what I made and what we didn't make. So that people know what we're capable of and what we need help with. But I think you should be honest with it. And in some cases you are required to be honest. In fact, you are required to be honest on Kickstarter and Steam now. Any kind of content, art, code, sound, etc. created with the help of AI tools during development. And you have to disclose that. Art, code, sound, etc. Anything. Created with the help of AI tools. Are people gonna disclose it? Do you want to risk it? It surprised me if Valve does have an AI checking software in your game. Maybe. Maybe in some ways. Hey Cutsbird, are you still here? Would it be kind of funny if we made it so that the AI of the animals predicted or moved to the position where the ball is going to fall if it's up in the air for a while, so that they can keep it in air long enough to trigger the moaning sound? Not important. Not priority. But it would be kind of funny. It's a fantastic idea. You're just walking along, you're harvesting ingredients, and you just hear a moan, and it's like, and you just hear moaning coming from over here. Top priority. They do find out that I have used AI to my hello world function. What happens then? Your game would probably be delisted until you filled out that disclosure. It's just the thing is, do you want to risk it? I don't think you should necessarily be embarrassed of using AI. It's just you have to. I think players should be aware of what was used. And how it was used. And you know what? I'm just saying, if you use any form of generative AI, some players will instantly turn off from your game. I have to disclose that my girlfriend is AI. No. Please don't. I need to fix the pontoon on this. Someone from Steam comes to your house and has sex with your wife. That already happens, though. Should that not be? I thought that was just part of the Steamworks EULA. Who's going to disclose it? The easier it is to find out that your game used AI, the more you should disclose it. But I think you should disclose it either way. If something is very obviously AI generated art and you don't disclose it, like, it's going to be found out pretty quickly. And then I don't have a house. All right, where's this pontoon? I need to fix that just a little bit. A bit too much. Like, it's a beach ball. When it hits the water, it shouldn't really bounce that much. But I don't want that to happen to it. It's not cement. Looks right to you? It looks right, but I wish it were a little bit... It would interact with the waves a little bit more. And it just kind of sits there. It was at 0.05, and that it looked nice from in some respects. If you disclose it, what happens then? I think you get some list, something shows up on Steam that says that your game was made with AI, right? I don't have a picture of it. How much of your code of your project is already... Yeah, how much of your game is AI generated at this point? It's called the reverse McDonald's Steam cuckolding trademark. I need it to be less dense, maybe. Or I'm sorry, more dense. It shouldn't bounce on... No, it shouldn't bounce on water. You're very right about that. Is it just too big? Should I just make the pontoon smaller? I reduced the mass by about 6 times, but the radius stayed... I'll fix it, I promise I'll fix it. Oh, fucking fluid flux is frustrating. I know some people have looked at our game, and I'm like, yeah, it's gonna cost $4 million to develop Cauldron Chronicles. Like, that's so high. It's like, no, that's pretty low. That is pretty low, and I think that AI can help to reduce that cost, but I don't know if it comes at a benefit of quality in a lot of cases. Just depends on what AI is being used. Go back to what this was looking like. Why does it have no interaction? It's like not interacting with the waves at all. I mean, there's a lot of money in general living to have. Maybe they're looking at it like that because I don't directly advertise that we are building a team with that money. And I think that in a lot of cases, the individuals on Twitch developing games usually aren't looking to build teams necessarily. Yeah, 4 million is pretty low for a game. Most of these are typically be in the double-digit $1 million range nowadays. Sadly true. Sadly true. Games are becoming really expensive to make. I'm not really a fan of it. Too much shit for managing too many people if you need for every employee. Manager is expensive. Quality bar is getting higher, it is. A lot of games that released in our younger days would be absolutely cancelled, destroyed nowadays as too buggy or horrible visuals. Yeah. The expectations are increasing a lot. And in some ways I can understand that, but also I'm not really a big fan of the outcome in some cases. Why is the beach ball? Why is this so shit? Oh fuck, I hate buoyancy bullshit like this. Everything looks the same, no one buys the game. But art is expensive, and making your game look different when it's so easy to source realistic asset packs, that is a challenge. I love this. It's just continually, I love it. Here, this will look fun. In some cases, stylized assets are more expensive to develop than realistic. Yes. In a lot of cases, they are. It's really easy to get photo scans of materials at a pretty cheap price, or use mega scans. It's much harder to paint a fresh style and use that. Here's the thing, if you're worried about the label boot dragon and this 10% of code you could have written yourself, just rewrite it yourself. Maybe that's the solution. Hand-painted visuals are a lot more expensive because someone spends hours of time drawing it, yeah. But I think that it often pays off. It doesn't always, though. Yeah, it's a pretty realistic beach ball if you ask me. Looks great. Can we get a wetter? I will add it to the docket. Wish it would bounce more. You know what I bet it is? I pretty dramatically lowered the angular and linear damping on it so that it feels more like a beach ball in the air with a lot of resistance. And that's probably why it has basically no feeling to it in the water, which I could fix. I could fix that by giving it the same treatment that we did for the potions. Now I know why it's acting like that. Sometimes it works in favor for storytelling if you have a sad story and a goofy character doesn't match. That's true. But it's just if I go on even the Unreal Marketplace, right? Or I'm sorry, Fab. And I look up, I don't know, medieval. More likely than not, most of the assets you're going to see are realistic and not stylized. Which isn't bad. It's just that it is very easy to source realistic assets, and so a lot of games, especially indie games, use use realistic assets because that's just the most available and in many cases the cheapest. Especially like sci-fi. God, I can't imagine getting sci-fi stylized environments. Granted, sci-fi is itself kind of stylized, but again, you're going to be looking at like realistic looking stuff in some cases. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to use ChatGPT for mundane tasks. I'm going to lie that I used any generative AI and risk it all. Do what you got to do. You might get caught though. Subnautica did sci-fi quite good in a stylized format. That's a really good example. I agree. 100% agree. And the fish are pretty memorable in Subnautica because of that stylization. They're alien but cute at the same time. Alright, what is the default damping on this? Set linear damping. Set angular damping. Default is 1.2 and 1.2. So when out of water, and when in water, we can do try that. Hey Crimson Surge, good to see you. We're doing well. Love me some Boolean fun. Me too. It's easy to work with Booleans. Still not really bouncing. We'll get this sorted out. One tweak at a time. Wait, hit it this way, sir. I want to see something real quick. Oh, sorry. I was holding it down for him. Oops. Do that. I gotta play around with it myself. It's getting there. It's almost there. Yeah, it feels so close. Your game is coming along nicely. Gonna have a beach party pretty see you soon, are we? Yeah. When was the last time you came in here, Crimson Surge? We've been doing a lot with loot lately. It's too strong in the wave. I think so too. I like the reduction in angular damping in the water. That looks nice. It's just still a little bit too bouncy though. But the reduction in angular dampening is pretty cool. Let's spin a bit more. Been a while, I've been busy trying to work my game and modding for channels on Twitch. I wish I had time to mod again. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Those bumping into each other. Or to the best volleyball minigame ever made. That would be a fun minigame. We can fix the bounciness. I think we have it. And I think the bounciness we can fix by increasing the drag slightly. Does that feel like too much drag now? I doubled the drag, but maybe I could lower it just a little bit. Polishing the UI for dialogue in a heavily dialogue-focused game. Wasted time. Polishing the bounciness of a beach ball and water. Priceless. Absolutely. That's how we prioritize. Okay, that is not enough angular damping. We need a little bit more angular damping on that one. Decrease drag just a tad. The angular dampening increase when it hits the water. It is decreasing when we hit the water to 0.2, and I think I'm going to lower it to 0.5 instead. That way it doesn't spin out of control. I'll fix the dialogue for you sticklers after this, but you're probably you're not gonna like the change. And then we'll wait another month, and then I'll change it again to something else you guys don't like. It spins more in the water than in the air? No, yes, which I do want it to be like that, because you have less friction in the water than in the air with the plastic. If I understand my physics correctly. I don't know. Somebody make it make sense. Maybe it has to do with the surface tension, though. I don't know. Somebody explain it. Somebody make it make sense. All I know is beach balls seem to spin more in water than in the air. I don't know why. Yeah, you can pull out your engineer card if you need to. Just tell me why it happens. That seems kind of okay. Spiritual successor to Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball. I'll list that as one of our inspirations. I'm not an engineer. I'm not a physicist.
Wake up.
Thank you, Ascari. The ball keeps moving, but the water keeps the contact point still, hence it rotates, but the angular drag is actually higher. But in order to mimic that in Unreal, we need to lower the angular drag when in the water, because we need to mimic the effect. Right? Because we don't have any actual water physics at play, other than the pontoon itself, which I think it's pretty good. I think if you give it some spin like that, it seems to be acting about what I would expect. Need a force vector at the point of contact. That seems a bit overkill compared to just adjusting the damping when in water. If this were a physically accurate water polo game, maybe I would do it. But I think for beach ball in medieval fantasy alchemy stylized game with sewer goblins, this seems acceptable. This seems passable. Doesn't rotate more when it hits the water with its approach because drag is always reducing. I think it's okay, GT. I do appreciate the explanation. I think it's acceptable. Why is there a beach ball? Exactly. That's what most people will be asking. Not why are the physics, why is the drag not accurate when the beach ball hits the water? I mean, I hope that players won't be asking that. We'll see. Hey, Black Arrow. Okay, stop playing with this. I'll fix your damn dialogue. My engineering brain forces me to do it correctly. It's a stylized game, it's okay. Don't think about it. We don't know. It's because I wanted it. And then it actually became really fun to hit it around, so we made it so that the animals hit it too. And then we thought it would be funny to make it moan in the air if you don't let it hit the ground for 10 hits. So now this is what we have. And it's actually fun. And that is the point of a prototype. If I want beach balls in my... You know what? I don't want to hear it, okay? Make it make sense, okay? This is my world. I can do what I want with it. If Final Fantasy can break the laws of every single law, if Final Fantasy can break every single law, I can put a beach ball in my game and make it moan sexually. Literally has fantasy in its name. Yeah, and they keep saying it's the last one, but then they make another one. Alright, where's my fucking dialogue? You sticklers. I really, really like Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous' dialogue box. It's easy to read. It looks sensible. I like it. Our dialogue might be a little bit too big. I don't mind that they put the character's name in here. The problem is they handle dialogue a bit differently. We handle it more like a JRPG, where we replace the text box with things that are said, which is why for me the character's name is not necessarily that important to include in it. Because this isn't a multi-person dialogue that you're having it with one other person. It's very clear who said it. We pretty much have it though. We have a separated text box for responses, so it's not like we need to indent it. Maybe we just need a better font. We'll left justify it for you crazy people. A texture that always faces the camera but is only visible when you up to contrast to 99,000. Asking why game dev has gone so expensive when we're discussing again over the text box of a blackout prototype. Yes. Because I don't really have that many bugs left to fix right now. But yes, Plus 3D, we are in agreement with this thought. For a prototype that's not even meant for players. There, that'll left justify. Better spend time polishing the beach ball physics. Can we get like a, is there a good font? What font does this use, out of curiosity? I don't like Roboto. I wouldn't mind spending the time to replace Roboto. I admit. Where are my... Do we want sans serif or serif? Sans serif is where each... I don't remember the difference. Right about using ChatGPT now. I'm just saying, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying all uses of ChatGPT are bad. I'm just saying that some people will immediately be turned off of any use of AI in your game. And I understand it, but it's usually because the developer doesn't make it known what they used it for. But however, most of the time, it's people that have issue with generative AI. Like AI-generated voices, AI-generated text, AI-generated images. Using it to help you code. If the game doesn't have bugs, most of the time I think players won't care about that as much as if it was images or text or voices. Don't feel too crazy about it. Oh yeah, we want sans serif. Sans serif and something that's easy to read. I look at my, oh, this one's pretty easy to read. It's Roboto. I need to sort this too by 100% free. It's kind of poopy, don't they? I'll test them at tiny though, because I feel like that's more likely what the size that it'll be in the game. So if it's easy to read here, then it should be pretty easy to read in game. And like this, I'd like something that feels a bit... You know, I bet it's just Times New Roman. I bet that's all it is in that game. I think a handwritten would do your game well, maybe. I zoom in a little bit. Yeah, but then it's... Hold on. Linux Libertine is not terrible. Optimus P. The only problem is that it looks like it's all capital, which is gonna be a problem. Sans Source Pro. Sans Source Pro. It looks a bit too clean, doesn't it? Just scan your writing and make it a font. My writing? Dude, my writing's terrible. I can barely read my own writing. I don't mind this one. And it seems pretty easy to read at a distance. Like it feels a bit Times New Roman-y. I don't know if that's a good way to describe it. But it's readable. And it's public domain. Buttermilk? Oh, fuck me. I just pressed the wrong button. Fuck me. I just pressed the destroy all tabs option because my mic is in the way of my keyboard. Son of a bitch. Oh. Hold the phone. Oh wait, this was the one that is like slightly off. Yeah, this one's okay. Hold on, let me pull up the fonts again. Fonties. Okay, you said buttermilk font? Buttermilk font. Not buttermilk chicken. Don't tempt me. We're not doing buttermilk. Are you fucking crazy? That's a bit too extreme. Worcestershire font? What the fuck? Oh, better milk, not buttermilk. Okay. I don't mind paying for a font too if it's decent. Actually, this is a pretty decent font. Worcestershire sauce. I don't mind this font. I think that it is maybe, I don't know. Let me copy a larger section of our dialogue. I don't think it's going to take all this, but I want to see just a larger chunk of it. Yeah, I kind of like this one. It's fairly priced. I'll just bookmark it. We'll try to use something free for now, but if I need to buy something, I can. Yes, song. Doesn't really fit the theme, like the medieval fantasy kind of theme. It's readable though. Pretty tall too. I don't hate it. Buttermilk, too stylized. Like it needs to be legible. In the same way that I think the Pathfinder dialogue is. One's cool but not readable. It's like this is okay for like titles maybe. But yeah, if we're trying to go for just we need a lot of dialogue in the game. It needs to be nice and readable like this, and simple. And I think Roboto is that, but it's also just a bit... It's a bit meh. It works for prototyping. I do like this though, I might buy this at some point. Depends on what their licensing is. Seems commercial. I'll take a look into it. Maybe this will work in the meantime though, and this is completely public domain, so that's a bit nice. Where did I put fonts? Fonts. This? I have a feeling that the readability is not going to be the greatest on this one. As tempting as it might be. No, I do appreciate the troll. God, what was the difference between the R and A? Oh, these are like always capital or something. Hold on. Yeah, I don't think we need any of the A. That's like some special separate thing. We'll do regular, bold, bold, italic, italic. I don't know what Z means. We'll just do these four. Regular, regular bold, italic, regular italic. You one for one NPC and you have to decrypt it in game. Just do it. Just there we go. Being a bitch. I don't hate this either. I think these are both quite readable. Though it depends on how much it would be for license. For 1 year. What does this say that could cost a lot of money? I don't know. I'll bookmark it. What about this typewriter? Doesn't fit the game. Doesn't fit the medieval feeling. Although I feel like I've used this before in a game. I think it was for... I don't remember what it was for. I don't remember. Using ChatGPT to rewrite my functions so they don't look like ChatGPT. Why not just write the functions though? Or just don't worry about it. Oh god, what was this one called? Linux Libertine. Don't you like how some of my fonts are in the right place and some aren't? Me too. You write them and no one proves he cannot. Oh, you're just playing? Okay. I'm not gonna like shit on you too much for it, because I don't know. I've been on Kickstarter. I've reviewed hundreds of Kickstarter games. I've seen a lot worse than somebody just using it to help a little bit with coding. And if the game doesn't have coding, doesn't have bugs, whatever. It's no different than Stack Overflow. Alright, let's add a font. This is default. Call this bold. Italic. Bold, italic. Yeah, that's pretty readable. I like that. Hey Jacoby. Quite a wide question. I've just started Unreal. I've got no experience in any game development and a little in Blender. Any recommendations on how to get started? Good question. What do you want to do? You just want to make a game? Do you want to be able to play with your meshes, you know, build a level? Have you used, you said you're completely new to game development. You have used Blender a bit, so I think you'll pick up the user interface pretty easily. The good thing is though, when you make a new level in Unreal, it doesn't come up with a default cube. Does Blender still do that? Does Blender still have that cube in the center that you have to delete every time? Game, I think, in the end. Okay. Do you want to work with other people? As there are some pretty great ways to work with other people that might be in similar skill sets as you. Or similar skill levels. Really happy for anything. Got a lot of game ideas. Welcome. Welcome to being in game dev. You sound perfect. I think jumping into the deep end is pretty good, though note that for your first game, your scope is, whatever scope you have for your first game, it's going to be too large for you. Simple as that. One of the things that I recommend is to, for new people into Unreal, make a simple game where you can walk over some coins, pick them up, and have the score displayed on the UI. And that should be challenging enough that might take 2 or 3 days for you to figure out. Unless you're really, really gifted, you might figure it out much sooner, but that will give you the basics of interacting with the player, making your own functions, interacting with UI, sending data between these places. It's a good starting point. Font, Linux, Libertine. And I'll rename these to font face. Jump into the deep end, start writing render code. Don't do that. He is faking it. Make an MMO as your first project. Oh, working with others, any ideas on where I can find other people? Absolutely. Let me show you a really great itch.io/jam. Oop, I just put the wrong thing in. There are game jams going on all the time. And almost all of these have Discords that you can join. In fact, there's a lot starting pretty soon here with the 25th. Beginners Jam Halloween 2024. 147 people joined. They have a Discord server, and they have some rules, and you can join some teams, or start a team. That might be a fun one to get into. Pixel Sunflower. The more people that join too, you might have more ability to find people that are very new, although this one says that it's a beginner one. So go to this website for the jams, and almost all of these you'll be able to join Discord servers, meet with people. Usually they won't restrict you on the engine that you can use. Your team must be composed of beginners. There's no team size limit. For the purposes of this jam, the definition of beginner is very broad. As a rough guideline, a beginner is someone who hasn't released any commercial game products, has less than 5 years of experience, and not employed in the game development industry. And maybe that you'll find a bunch of people that are in very similar situations as you, and you guys can just work to make something small. And you'll learn a lot on the way. You'll make some good friends and connections that you can use later down the line, and maybe people that you can work with in the future. And you can use any free assets that you're licensed to use. You can use any game engine or programming language. Easy to go. You say you thrive in chaos. You asking me? There's a lot of game jams starting soon. Me? I guess okay, sure. That was that jam. It's a really small one. This beginner jam Halloween lasts for 1 week, which is pretty good. That should be enough time to create something small. There's some bigger ones, though, that happen from time to time with thousands of interested individuals. There's the Scream Jam with 5,800 people. Sometimes these have rewards. Maybe you wanted to do the November 2024 Furry Visual Novel Jam. Maybe that's your thing. But that would be my recommendation. Also, you can watch this channel. Font face, Linux, Libertine, default. Thank you, Chico. That's kind of just memeing there, but we have a lot of new faces in chat and like to the industry, and so this is a pretty good place to meet people as well. But game jams I recommend, just because you will be forced to work in a small time period, you'll meet a lot of people, and connections are the name of the game in game dev. And no matter if you come out of the jam with a game or not, you will learn things. Absolutely, you'll learn things. And they look good on a resume too. Because it shows that you're willing to work in groups, you work well in groups, you work decently under pressure, and if you show a steady set of growth, that matters a lot too, because it can show that you are a fast learner and that you aren't afraid of learning new things. $24 might be too big for the font. How big is 24? Damn, Goku. Going crazy. Okay. 16 is too small. I could make it overrideable to the font size. But at the very least, let's start with 18 and see how that looks. Illegal reference. No. Call the cops. Alright, I'll fix it, you. Stupid. Oh, it's part of my plugin. Give me a second. Oh, I forgot I added paper ZD to fix somebody's problem, but hold on, I gotta delete that. Nothing else, because I don't really want to sit here for the next few months just doing 10 hours long tutorials. Are fucking boring. I'm gonna be honest. I think they can help. I know they can help. I'm not gonna shit all over tutorials, but they're kind of just boring to me. Do publishers frequently dish out $4 million to new studios? If they can prove, or if you can prove that you know what you're doing, yeah. Like, we might be a new studio, but I've worked on 3 commercially released games. It's not like I don't know how to game dev. Articles and blog posts, tech talks are even worse. Yeah, I think just, for me, just jumping in and trying something and seeing where I get stuck and then finding some way to fix it, that's the best way to learn. Like, okay, I don't know what to do anymore. Time to go to Google. But at least randomly clicking buttons can sometimes teach me more, like, oh, that button does that. I didn't know that. Reverse engineering, a lot of the like game templates are pretty nice too. Forces you to kind of dive deep. But I think I can't change. Nah, fuck the illegal reference, I don't care. I don't give a shit. Only thing you need to know is that the density works reverse in water and CCP the shit out of everything that doesn't behave like it should. That is true, we did learn that. I was just to follow a bunch of different tutorials and then use parts to implement bits into my first game. It could work. I think knowing how to... The biggest thing for me, for when I learned Unreal, was learning how to communicate between blueprints opens up a wide world of possibilities. Even if the communication isn't the right way to do it, like with casting, who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? And most of the struggles you'll have is knowing what to search for. Casting fucks RAM, but only if the item isn't already loaded. Otherwise, it doesn't really matter. If you know that your game instance, for instance, will always be loaded, which it is, it doesn't really do anything. And for your first game, I don't think you should worry about it. Maybe you can learn to use blueprint interfaces, but... What kind of game are you making currently? It is an open world alchemy game, so you go around collect ingredients, interact with adventurers that visit you, and you can change their fate with the potions you give them. And I'm testing some new font, if it appears. That is really small. Too small. Will there ever be a situation in which giving the adventure a potion they didn't ask for will be more beneficial to them than the potion they actually asked for? Yes, in fact, we have that implemented. So if you provide them with things they didn't know that they needed, it can increase your score and may give you a higher likelihood of better results. And in some cases, we can even create unique results based on those. Because to me, that's what being a specialist is about knowing what people's problems are, even if they can't articulate how to do it, right? If you go into like a shoemaker and you're like, hey, I want some shoes, you know, I don't know, they should be dress shoes made of leather. They might do things to making those shoes that you didn't know you needed because you aren't a shoemaker and you don't think about shoes all the time. Will there be a bounty system or something like that your NPC hate or love you? Yeah, we could do that. I do want to do some sort of reputation system, maybe with factions or individuals. And we can kind of mimic that right now through choices, but we can also do it through like a numerical value. That's pretty easy to do. Does it matter that we have an illegal reference? Let me see if it matters. Found a way to some more robust verbose logs that identified the offending asset. Well, that's that the asset doesn't exist. Why does it do that? It shouldn't do that. Plugin. I need plugin. Yeah. Asset policies. Could I change the rich text that's being used in that on real time? Because I can just set that at the construct of the widget. We'll look up the lore. Maybe a cave contains explosive gas the adventurer doesn't know and wants an explosive potion to defeat an enemy. But if you know the lore, you can prevent him from killing himself. Yes, that is planned. That 100% is planned. In fact, I want to overhaul the lore obtaining system to make it easier to utilize that in narrative. And if you do read books like that or you hear it from somebody else, you can pass that information along. That is the plan. Espresso, he should be mad because you gave him the wrong potion. He might be mad, but the success or failure that we use for scoring potions is dependent on what the writer wants to do. So in the case of providing, we kind of do it already with with Spoon, where he says that he might be able to cheat at the race if you give him a certain potion. But if you provide that, he'll actually end up getting caught and fail. So in that case, you don't want to provide the thing even though he asked for it. He mentions that he may not want to risk it, so it's like it's up to you in that case. So that's kind of a teaching moment of sometimes it's better not to risk it even if the client says that they might be able to get away with it. How do you stop people like stealing your game? Because surely somebody could just watch and make a very similar game. 99% of the work for a game is making the game. The ideas are worth nothing. Most people don't know how to do what I can do to the extent that I can do it and don't have the time that I can put into making it, in which case it shouldn't get stolen. And if I can reliably prove that somebody has stolen my idea and has made a game off of it, I'll just sue them. Simple as that. But that's if it is very clear that somebody has stolen my idea, not if an idea is too similar. A lot of developers are worried about that, but it's just that if it's going to take $4 million to make my game, it means that somebody else to steal my idea is going to need a similar amount of money. And that's... You won't win a court case, though. If you can prove that they have stolen your idea, you can, absolutely. 100% you can. You just need to prove that. And take a look at court cases for music samples, for instance. To work in his team as creative director. When if someone wants to kill someone, but you give them a love potion instead, and they end up getting married. Yeah, that's what you can do that in the game. Although there isn't love potions, but yeah, we already have stuff like that. The money ahead of time to be able to pay for the cases. Some, depending on how much reliability you have, that you might win that case. You can find ways to pay for it, and then you can just sue for legal fees as well, and damages. And damages for game idea theft can be pretty fucking high. Especially the more developed that your game is. Because you can sue for the amount that you've already spent to make it and the amount that you expected to gain from the sales of it. Which would mean that you basically didn't have to complete your game. You get the money that you would have made from the game. You can get the other game taken off the market, and then you could, if you wanted, you can make the game. Game will for sure make, yeah, I bet it will. The thing is, GT, it's like you have to prove that it has been stolen. But if you have that proof, you're golden. It's as simple as that. And the fact that we have been putting our game out in the public and have our documentation public, I have a bit more leg up. I know this bitches at me with an error, but I'm very curious to see if that would actually fail the game from being built. I would love to see if that would fail a game from being built. Proof is hard. It's easier than you think in some cases. Like I said, look at music samples, court cases. Or even sounds, like Ice Ice Baby. I'll put a little bit more padding on the response. We might try to stick to bold. You can get loans, GT. You do know that, yeah? And it's not like that crazy. Yes, you need money to do it, but if you're pretty confident that you can win it, you're gonna get that money back. Shut up. Where's the padding that I put in here? 5? We have a scroll box. I think only left and right padding is really key. To make a game called Potion Parables, the first NPC's name will be Fork. He's a troll who loves forks. Go for it. Nobody has yet even come close to stealing my idea, and they won't. Because it won't work like I can. You don't need to put everything you put online with a license or copyright agreement in it at all. That's not how that works. It can make it a bit more robust, but it's not necessary. And just for reference, if you're really curious, this literally all has property. Damn, that left line made a yeah, I just feel so much more immersed in the world now that I have left align. But even then I wouldn't need it because I have proof that I wrote it. You guys really hate the black. Why do you hate the black? It's really not that hard to read. You're also, by the way, you're watching a stream, which is going to have worse bitrate than when you play the game yourself. Especially if there's all the moving stuff. It's gonna look all pixelated and shit. I will try the white for you. I think the white's gonna look worse too. I will try it for you. It just looks silly. It's really not more readable. If it has the black outline, it will look too similar to the responses. And I don't actually think that this is necessarily more readable than this. I don't think the black outline really helps necessarily in this regard. But it's just, I have less text here. I will add an option for you to change the coloring then. I will make it an option for you. I will do it right now. I will spend this time making it an option for you. Let's do font color. This will eventually be anime style. I think it'd be cool. That's the intention, yeah. Although I couldn't source assets for that as well. Trade Secrets Act. But where's the Trade Secret Act? What is this? What does this matter to me though? It's first taking steps to protect the idea to begin with. That's not really how it works. If you write something, it is your property. Is your intellectual property. Well, it wouldn't be a patent anyway, would it? Color. I do like dialogue font color. Font color list. Oh, we call it combo box. Let me do that. Like patent and intellectual property are two separate things. Yeah, if they take the general concept, but they can do that with any game. So I don't see why it would matter. I don't know what I should be worried about. We'll just start with black and white. More than good enough. It is very highly unlikely. Macrosaurus Interactive. Maybe. Maybe I should. Like I said, an idea for a game is worth nothing. That's why you don't pay idea people. That's why game designers are not idea men. That's why everybody's game ideas, as great as they might be, are worth fucking nothing until they're made. That's where the work actually comes in, and that takes time, it takes money, and it takes expertise. And most of the people who have time, money, and expertise are busy making their own games. Nintendo has to prove that the patents they're claiming are completely, what's the word? Oh fuck, it's right on the tip of my tongue. Novel. They have to prove that their patents are novel. Now, I think that they can prove that the usage of the balls is novel. They do have to prove that, GT. Otherwise, the patent is not valid. They 100% have to prove that. If the patents are not novel, because this isn't checked when you file a patent, by the way. You don't have to prove novelty. That is often proved in court cases. I think that they could probably prove that the idea of Pokeballs is novel. Other things, not so much. Especially the things that are too broad to cover so many cases, especially pre-existing cases. Yes, that's what I'm saying, is Palworld has to prove that these aren't novel. That's exactly what I'm saying. And it's very easy to prove some of these. The only one I think that they won't be able to prove is the Pokeballs. Although, the balls in Palworld are not exactly spherical, which might make them different enough. But that's gonna be argued in court. So I don't think Nintendo really has much of a leg to stand on here. On selection changed. Let's move that over. I don't think Nintendo has much of a leg to stand on, and you can always countersue for the cost for those suits. They could renew they could renew it if they've released a new game that utilized that. The patent could be renewed. The thing is, the Pokeball one is the only one that actually has some level of leg to stand on, because it does seem to be a novel concept that was added only in Pokemon. They were the first ones to use it. All the other ones that they're suing for, not really. They're not really that novel. And they're filing in both Japan and US, and I don't know where some of these patents are held. Start patenting colors. You can go ahead, but it's not going to hold up. You don't have to prove novelty at the time of filing. We don't need to apply the options. We only need to snapshot settings. On load, what do we run? We run apply options, which means the default setting for that needs to be 0. It is. That's good. I think we're okay. Probably just set selected index. Patent the letters CC. Nice. They do have a chronicle. I love it. You actually have reminded me that I need to file trademarks for some of the stuff. Though it doesn't... I've already been using it commercially anyway, that I think I could easily file a dispute if somebody were to try to trademark Cauldron Chronicles right now. Hey Cat Pium. How you doing? You can try to trademark Cauldron Chronicles at this point. I will dispute it and you will lose. And you'll lose money. You won't get a refund back. So if you want to lose $350, go for it. What are you working on? I'm working on some options for chat because they don't like the black text somewhere. And I don't want to remove the black text, so I'll make options. Options in a prototype. Some of these are nice though. Some of them help. Mouse sensitivity, field of view, those kinds of things. Graphics options. OSRS OST goes hard. A fellow scaper. Good to see you. I just got my elite combat achievements yesterday. Oh, good. Yeah, I had no Chambers of Zarek or Theater of Blood or pretty much any Tombs of a Mascot achievements, so it was really hard to get those points without it. Where do we build the dialogue? On dialogue again. Oh god, I don't remember where we do this. I thought it was in the narrative 3 overlay, but is it somewhere else? Might be on dialogue line started. No. Thank you guys. Let's take the ground out of your game now. I mean, I can grab the rich text line. Can I force it to update even though it is a... Maybe. I don't know if I can override the color. I can only get default. Rich text. The rich text block. And I grab the style. Default override. Data table object. Actually, I could just force, maybe I could force it to use a specific data table row. Yeah, I could do that. Why is chat dead? Shut up. Jump into your own project? Good luck. Thank you, Bless3D. See you tomorrow, hopefully. Be your own project too. Yeah, steal my idea. Go for it. Did I have something to grab a setting? I don't think I did. What do you think I'm working on right now? That's the way. That's how you do it. I don't know if we had... Oh yeah, we do have get game settings. Okay, I do have it. Never mind. Not that. Oh, we can't call... Oh, we ran into this before. I can't call... Fuck, it's annoying. It's a plugin, so I can't grab it specifically. But I can make a reference to it, I believe. Yes, I believe I can make a reference to it. Fuck, it's annoying. Better disclose the AI use. What AI use? I mean, Bless3D, okay. What was the default variable called on that? Snapshotted settings. Just gonna double check that I can actually grab it from that. I can't. Can I run a function? Fuck. How did we solve that? Because I can't grab that from the plugin. But I have to force it through from the options itself, maybe. Maybe. Yeah, I get the current dialogue line. New text style set. But I'd rather just grab this, which is a rich text block, and probably would just change this in runtime. Although it's really bad to do it this way. Unless I can override the default style, but it's going to be grabbing this as the default. It'd be a lot easier if it wasn't a rich text. Set default text style takes in the text block style structure. Would I be able to get data table row? And I need to show plugin content. Could be there. Narrative dialogue. Default white. Doesn't know what type it is. It's so weird. Rich text style row type. Can't break it or anything. I can't really do anything with it. Just a text style. How do I get the text block style from this? Unless I can make it, but I can't break it, so I can't even read it. I don't think I have anything I can do with this. I would have to make it. I would have to make it from scratch based on whether or not that was equal to 1 or 0. That's awkward. Oh, Jeff Nippard? No, I don't. I can always collapse these down if they take up too much size. Zero is the black. Font family. Linux Libertine size 22. Typeface. Oh god, what did I call it? I think I called default. Yeah. I don't know what the default material is. Keep it empty. Which I could just do the select. Well, it's fine, whatever. I'm not gonna worry about it. Travel leopard. You're so tired recently? I'm always tired. I'm always tired. It's also that I play rain sounds. It's relaxing as shit. I kind of do it to myself. Probably didn't do that before because it wasn't initialized. Yeah. I think it might not be initialized yet. If you sit down with the publisher who says we were right about to give you 4 million, but then we saw how overly polished your dialogue UI was, and we decided not to work with you any further. Took a nap and you asked, are still pestering him about UI. Yeah, I don't know why. They want it white. I'm making it an option. What are you gonna do? Why do you have a UI? It's a good question. Yeah, we do create it fresh. Why it wasn't working initially. Okay, I think I can fix that. Overly polished UI in a prototype is a red flag. Honestly, kind of is. It signals to the publishers that the developers don't know how to properly deal with their time. It's a little bit better if you're like a solo developer, or if you haven't been working with a budget yet. But you're not wrong, it actually can be a red flag. Which I know sounds crazy, but it is the way it is. Trying to mesmerize us with beautiful font to hide the fact that the gameplay sucks. I just think that you will see it is a industry trend for those who know how to develop games that UI is one of the last things you work on. Same with to some extent sound, but like localization as well. You want to work on the things last that are going to be changed throughout development multiple times and iterated upon. You want to do those last. To save time, essentially. Yeah, I can't grab that yet because it's not made. We'll just do a validation check. Just do a validation. You might be joking, Ice Cream, but it is possible. Now, if you're going to them with a vertical slice, you do want to have that polished off, right? Because that is your demo. That is meant to be shown to customers. You're saying his left line was bad and he should put it back to center line. That is what he's saying. That should prevent the error when we start the game. Good. Right align the dialogue. Shut up. Okay, that looks fine. And then set the visibility to collapsed. You support Trump as well? I don't support any of the major party candidates, and I think that all of these politicians are a bunch of asshats. Red line, preferably just the publisher knows you mean business. With $4 million, we can change this to left align. White looks so good, shut up. Don't talk to me anymore. Get out of here. No, we put the options in, now you can't complain. I'll do 4 options total. Just for you absolute buffoons. Dialogue. Color. You need at least each color of the rainbow so the LGBTQ community isn't offended. I think they're going to be offended by my game probably anyways, because I'm just going to write characters that I think are interesting even if they aren't the most appropriate for modern day audiences. Because you know what? That's how people are. Sometimes you're going to meet people that you don't like. And if you want to help them, because it's your job, you can. If you want to tell them to fuck off, you can. If you want to get them killed, you can. Need to ask help from Sweet Bait. I would never contact any consultation company that seems to have an a ideology goal written on their fucking front page, no matter what it is. It's like, I don't want that in my game. I don't care if it was a alt-right consultation company that only wanted to put offensive characters in the game. It's like, I don't want that, dude. Stop it. Stop it. Leave me alone. Change a goblin to a black man would be good. I was thinking of doing, I mean, because we're going to have like different parts of the world, like a desert, of course, or maybe some areas where having darker skin would be natural to that region. And yeah, it'd be really cool to meet people like that, because you'll be in a forest where you know, most of the people who have been born around there are probably light-skinned. You could learn a lot from people from these different regions, I think. But it's not going to be out of some desire for a quota. I hate that. I hate that we distill people's identities down to numbers. It's just so barbaric. It's so tribal, it's kind of disgusting. Maybe I'm weird by thinking that, but I think people are more than the color of their skin. I like how the goblin walks. He's a bit fast, isn't he? Jesus Christ. You want that, it's there. It kind of makes it harder to read. Hey, adventurer. I wouldn't mind if there was a slider for text size, though, to be honest. I feel like some people will look at this text size and have troubles reading it. I could just make it larger for the prototype to what it was before, because I don't think it matters. You got proportionate representation of the population in game's characters. I don't even know what our game's gonna have for races and I mean actual, like, species, not skin color, which is somehow a race thing. Sexuality? I don't know. Religions would be cool to explore. He needs Hello Kitty cat girls. Yeah, I'm gonna increase the size. Alright, I don't like this. I don't like the left aligned. It looks so silly. I'm making that an option too. You can't stop me. Yeah, that's what you think. I thought there was an enum for alignment. The box around the text is now too big. I'm not changing the text box size. That is about average for percentage of screen space. I'm not changing that. That's where I draw the line. Where's the alignment? Okay, they probably call it justification, not alignment. Yeah. I could also just do it through an integer and save myself a lot of fucking trouble. It's not like those are going to change. The boxes, it doesn't matter. The box may not be there in the final game. It's there now. Thank you, Free Fox, for the follow. Welcome to the chat. Hope you're having a good Wednesday. Doesn't matter. Box doesn't matter. It's fine the way it is. All the boxes are okay. They are 100% fine. There's no issue. Nothing's being changed. Doesn't matter. I will once again say, when we make the vertical slice, we will be coming into here, into Epic Games' slow-ass launcher, right? We're going to be going to library. We will be pressing launch on the latest version of Unreal, and we will be making a completely fresh project. And all the things you see here will not be copied over. We'll be making them fresh. And we will have a budget to have a UI designer from day one for production. They can decide what the text box should look like. Anything beyond that, right now, does not matter to me. The UI designer will have more than enough inspiration. I will tell them that I like how it looks in Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. Can we do something like that? And they'll say, I have a better idea, or that is okay, or I think that sucks, and then we can discuss it. But for a prototype, fastest to fail, that's all we have to do. If they start with right text align, I will probably fire them. They are clearly a maniac. Dialogue, justification, combo box. Yeah, it's fine. I do like options. I will put options in the final game. I think these are a little unneeded at the moment. But if it helps you have better visibility or readability for what you want, go for it. I'm not going to go overboard, though, and make it so that it's perfect. I will read you what it says when you start up the game. This is important. This is just a prototype of our core loop, but it has everything represented in a basic way that we would want in our final game. As a prototype, we prioritize functionality over visuals and to some degree user experience. The goblin to say hey you. The goblin has a D's nuts joke and a yo mama joke. I think Spoon's okay. His dialogue is generally acceptable at the moment. Used to be a sound effect. We will see. Justification, set justification, select. There, you can be a maniac and you can set right justification if you really, for some reason, want it. It is now a feature. You absolute buffoon. Just make him say it 5 times until he gets near. You guys. You guys really would just want the most annoying game. And I kind of like it. Now when someone's prototype, then pitch it to publishers as your own work, but tell them you're going to delete all this and restart from scratch for the vertical slice so you don't get sued. Go for it. Should work. Should work. Almost work. Hold on. I missed one thing. What is an unknown known? So that is something that you don't know will pop up during development, but when it does, you know how to handle it. Which are still a little scary because you didn't budget time for it, but it could be worse. Like, at least when it pops through, you're like, oh yeah, I know how to solve that. And depending on what it is, publishers give you money. They do give you money sometimes. Depends on the agreement. Publishers don't give us money. Not yet. Give you 4 million. I wish. I wish they would just give me the 4 million. Sadly, that's not how it works. Oh, I gotta fix that. Hold on. Really push these into separate event graphs. Myself a humble 3.9 million as the designer and idea guy. Give a whopping 100,000 to the developers who make the game for me. Oh, you remind me of some people I've worked with. Come on, Spoon. Spoony boy. Come spoon with me. Look, Spoon, I just got a spoon nut. You like the spoon nut? I like the spoon nut. There it is. There's your right aligned text. Are you happy now? Black with white outline, right aligned text. Is this what you want to chat? Does this make the game playable for you? Are you ready to wishlist it? Just 4 million, you earned it. Even $4 for all that work would be worth it. Wishlisting right now. Ha, joke's on you, we don't have a page up yet. Because I don't want players to see the prototype and think that that is representative of the final product. Why does the disclaimer say you can share the prototype with anybody? Because you can share it with anyone. We don't have an NDA. PC game already isn't yours that says they're using AI. Shut up. Not real. You liar. Liar, liar. Penis on fire because of STD. I'm sorry, STI. That's the politically correct term. I think that's okay. You caught me? I hope so. Any other bugs that we wanted to fix? Or is everything generally acceptable for the moment? There's already so much code behind the game. When I really dive into the blueprints we've written, there's already a lot of code behind this game. And we only have about half the features. You add a Wingdings font option. I am unsure if I would like to do that. You donated $50, I'll add Wingdings as a font option. Game does look good though. Thank you. I think we're only touching the tip of the iceberg here with things like interactions. And I'm looking forward to enhancing that. I appreciate it because C++. Almost all of this game, I would say about 95% of it is actually blueprints. And by the time the game is finished from production, like release ready, I would imagine 85 to 90% of it will be C++. Sorry I'm late, boss. Need me to do anything today? What's up, Chad? Yes, please fix this floating tree that reset itself yesterday. Also this one. It wasn't you who caused it, but it will be you who fixes it. God, I need to use that. I need to use that line as a. I need to have one day where I pretend to be a really toxic boss at work, just for fun. I'm not gonna do that. It's a really bad idea. A really, really stupid idea. Blueprints for prototyping in C++ is for final product. That is one of the really good uses for it, yeah. I would say that you should reserve C++ for things that need to be part of the core architecture and are generally going to be a lot more efficient to handle if they're in C++ by the programming team. Smaller things or things that might be standalone custom scripts just for that level could be done with blueprints. That way you don't waste time for your programmers, and they can spend time working on fixing the architecture, polishing out the code for the things that are part of that core architecture. Need some more dynamic events where NPCs are doing some random things. Save that for vertical. We'll see if we have time for that. If people like the general idea of Cauldron Chronicles, and that'll be proven through sales generally, we can take a look at things that we can improve for a supposed sequel. And I'm not saying that I'm thinking about a sequel, it's just if there's space in our lore for it and if people like the idea, maybe we could do something like that. But I don't want to bite off more than I can chew for a small 15-person team for our first game as a studio. That would be suicide. Was I fixing? What did I just say I wanted to fix? Oh, the trees. I got reset yesterday. It pissed me off. Let's have another goblin throwing things at another goblin. We might do things like that for our AI. Like NPCs. Not the NPCs you meet and talk to, but like the ones you'll find in the wild, like enemies and shit, and creatures. They might react differently depending on weather, depending on season. Those are things that a dedicated AI and probably combat designer could work on and be feature owner of. And we're going to try to prototype some of those things in this build, in the combat build. Player actually can't go back here, so this is the world border for the sake of the prototype. Have a bear come out and they all run away. Could be done. Not too difficult to do. Just do a branch on whether or not the a group of goblins saw a bear or they saw the player. If they saw a bear, they just run away instead. And they prioritize that if the bear is still in range over interacting with the player. We can always say if the player engages them first that they will override that. I think our trees are okay. Buying an expensive computer chair to help me be more productive while game deving. Being comfortable while developing is pretty big. Otherwise you lose focus. Is this open world like Skyrim? It will be in that way, yes. Although there may be areas that are blocked off and that you have to clear with a potion. Herman Miller is good, but those are expensive fucking chairs. Those are some of the best chairs you can get, but they are Jesus expensive. I mean, these are like, some of these, this is like almost $2,000. This is like $1,500. $800. They're good chairs. And if you plan to sit on it for, 8+ hours a day, maybe it's worth it, but Here's the thing though, sitting in a chair for like 10 minutes does not tell you how that chair is going to feel after 5 hours. So sometimes what they will do is they will offer to, thank you, huge cookie. They will offer to like give you a trial of the chair, and then you can see how it performs for a long period. And you level one-handed by killing things, you will not be able to do melee combat in this game, or ranged combat with like bow and arrow or sword and shield. Your combat is potions. So when you're building out potions, if you want to go and fight some goblins, maybe setting them afire will cause them to go crazy, right? So you're like, okay, so there's a group of goblins around a fire. Let's make a potion that causes immolation and frenzy. So they'll be on fire and then they'll fight each other. Let's try a flame fin starfish, maybe some flame grass. That does immolation too. Now we're going to look for frenzy, but we need to be careful not to find anything with fortify health or restore stamina. I think those are not going to be great things to put on there. See, if we add this with frenzy, unfortunately, it also puts us at a risk of adding restore health. But we might be okay. Frenzy 1. Frenzy 1. This has Frenzy 3, but if we put this in, now the potion has Restore Health and Fortify Health. That's not good. Chalkstalk Fronds, however, beautiful. Immolation 2, Frenzy 2. We'll randomly generate a name. Burning Dram of Madness, I like it. And now we have a potion that we can throw at these goblins, these theoretical goblins, and set them on fire maybe a little bit and cause them to fight each other. So if we aim well, smack them, boom, now a couple of them might be on fire and fighting each other. And that's how you do combat in Cauldron Chronicles. What, a 500 Secret Labs chair? Yeah, because it's a gaming chair. Those gaming chairs are modeled after race car seats, but race car seats are not really meant to be comfortable, they're meant to keep you in there. It needs swords. We do have swords, actually, but they're junk items. You have no use for them. You can sell them to a merchant. Or maybe some legendary item is useful in a contract or something. A commission. But to you, as an alchemist, you have no use for swords. You don't know how to use a sword. Here's a sword. Junk. Useless. Cheated myself a potion. Why not sword combat? Because I think too many games have sword combat. And very few games have potion combat. And as an alchemist, it just wouldn't make sense that you know how to use a sword too. But it does make sense that you know how to use potions. And I think it makes it more interesting. I think there's a lot more that you can do that's fun with potions. Different effect combinations and whatnot. Freezing an enemy and then hitting it with a concussive blast to shatter it. Good combo. Especially on like a water slime. Can you turn water into wine? You can distill and ferment. We do have honey and things, so I guess if you ferment honey, it's basically just mead. Also, what's up, Travis? How you doing today? So yeah, with all of our effects here, I think that we have a much more interesting set of combat scenarios than you would with typical just sword combat and shit. Have you seen the potion seller video? I have. And we might have a character like that. Waiting to take the boy to school so I can sleep? Oh boy. Hurry up, get in school. Dad needs to sleep. You fuck. Okay, don't say that to your kid. You're reworking your entire pawn. Oh boy. Gonna use a potion to kill a dragon. I don't know what enemies we will have in the game, but there will be some bosses that you'll find in dungeons. But I want them to be mechanical in nature, meaning that I want you as a potion maker to counter the mechanics of a creature. So if you have a stone golem, setting him on fire or causing poison isn't going to do anything. But maybe he's really he's weak to concussive blast, right? It breaks him apart. And paralysis might not work on him. So it's all about countering mechanics of a creature or monster rather than just dealing damage. He's almost 18 and he is a fuck. Fair enough. Me too. I was like that. Have you seen the movie Onward? No, I have not. But I did live with my parents until I was 24. Because I dropped out of college, didn't go to... Or dropped out of high school, didn't go to college. Bitch, I still with my parents? Good. Saves a lot of money. Okay, put the visual cue that the resource has been harvested via the baby mushrooms. I'm glad you noticed that, Ice Cream, because I did that because I really liked how Elder Scrolls did it. That it shows you that that's still there. And if you... I'll increase the time scale here. Should be really fast now. Not fast enough. This might lag the computer a bit though. So this is gonna be doing a lot of lighting updates. Not too bad. So if you harvest something like this, after 2 in-game days of it being harvested, it should respawn. Which idea is great, but I think that it would serve better as an extension to combat rather than an only option. I disagree. We're taking a risk with this. And I think that it's enough of a unique idea that it will draw players into it. Disney, I think about 2 blue elves, one's obsessed with magic and the other isn't, but turns out to be a wizard. It's a dragon at the end that is made up of debris. Oh. No, I have not seen that. That's pretty cool though. Not having combat options is a bummer. But think of the cost of development for having combat options like that. Respawned. Having crazy potion effects can make it really fun to play with. I agree with that. I've been a systems designer for 10 plus years now, and I feel confident with this. But I'm with Dramblix. It's gotta feel good, and it has to have fun combinations of effects and reactions like that. Refreshing for people who have played too many conventional combat games. That's where I'm coming from, yeah. Holy shit, how old are you? 29, almost 30. Like 60? Yeah, good enough. 69, actually, is my current age. No, I think that you're okay to love Sword and Board. I love it too. But if this, to me, as a designer, if this were another game with Sword and Board, I think it would feel a bit more generic, and it wouldn't really feel like you're an alchemist. It would feel like you are an alchemist plus a warrior plus a ranger, because then we need range combat, plus a mage because we now need magic combat, and it's just generic open world fantasy game where you play as an alchemist. And that's not as interesting to me as you are an alchemist, first and foremost, and your challenge as a player is to utilize your alchemy to solve your problems, both NPC problems, personal problems, and problems within the world. I saw the Platopo. Where was he? There he is. Look at him. Look at the little bugger. Blah, blah, blah. Can I have a way to make gold? Yes. Commissions, loot, selling shit to merchants will be the primary creators of gold. Well, in a fantasy RPG that revolves around exploration, questing, fighting, I'm focusing on having a wide variety of combat options abilities. Yeah, and that sounds really perfect for your, oh, you meant as an alchemy recipe. No, it's not going to be like alchemy, like that. Although it could be pretty funny if maybe there was a way in the world to perform some alchemical ritual that created gold. What do you think of that? Like maybe there's some old altar and putting the right ingredients on there at midnight and throwing a potion with an effect on it into the middle transforms anything you put into there as gold or something. If you did more of a classic RPG, yes, you would do more options, but I want to do something a bit risky that the industry has not seen before. And I think the industry has seen a game with traditional combat styles for decades. Philosopher's Stone. I really like that though, Travis. I like the idea of there being those unique interactions with the world in certain locations. You have so many viewers? No, I don't. Oh, I do have a lot of viewers. Hello, people. Hello, lurkers. I'm gonna name all the lurkers in chat right now, just to make you guys angry. I won't do that. But I hope you're enjoying the view. The biggest legend in alchemy. You are right. That and the Alkahest with the universal solvent, although I don't know if I could really utilize the universal solvent. But gold could be kind of fun. I'm gonna write that down. Where's my to-do? To-do and ideas. Way to transform items into gold. You know, it's not gonna be like, it's gonna be pretty hard to do, maybe not the most balanced in terms of cost to how much you get back, but I like it. You can still keep it alchemy themed and still also including some varying combat options. Here's one thing that we wanted to include, Woot Dragon, is, and this will be in the prototype, we hope, a relatively evil wizard that you can help. But if you choose to help him, he'll teach you a simple spell. Only one. Which shouldn't dramatically change the way that the player goes into combat, but is a fun and unique game-changing reward to helping out NPCs. And I think that that is more along the theme of what I would like to do with our prototype and how we reward players. Alchemist could be an ingredient to make the gold potion. That could be. Could be like a junk item. I don't know. We'll see. I take that back, but we will see. Enough potions to turn into spectre weapons. Here is the thing with potions. Here's the caveat of why we don't have a charm effect or a luck effect. Is because we also need potion effects to change the way that narrative events unfold. And certain effects like that can make stories too easy, or it can dramatically change the outcome of NPCs into predictable, overpowered ways. Want to learn Unreal but don't want to use Blueprint, any device for starting this way? Why don't you want to use blueprints? Let me ask that. And I'm not saying that your reasoning is necessarily bad, but maybe it's, yeah. And other people in chat might be good people to ask for this, because we do C++ programmers in chat. When it comes to doing the actual alchemy profession, when you prepare ingredients, will you do a variety of animations for it? You know, to really immerse players in. Like, I feel that seeing how your character chops the ingredient, mixes them, etc., and the environments react, like the cauldron bubbling, smoking, and having diegetic sounds, would make it really cool. That's a great question, Dramox. Very good question. I will refer to what I wrote in our GDD for that, if you will allow. You say no. No, I don't allow it. Where is talk about potion making? It would have been high up. Ingredients. Where is it? The fuck is, oh, alchemy system. The processing station is where the player can process ingredients into various states. In our prototype, this is instant when the player presses the red process button, but in the full game, we like to have more immersive and believable processing. So for instance, if the player wanted to cook an ingredient, they would place it on a small cooking surface on this table, turn on the cooking apparatus, move the ingredient around until it's cooked, as an example. It's worth noting, while we want these processing actions to be immersive and interesting from an input and visual perspective, we don't want them to take too much time. They would be gamified but still immersive. So they would be very short in duration because the player is expected to create a lot of potions, and if that takes too much time, it can get really old really fast. So we might also do instant cooking. I don't think this would be game breaking in any way. It's either quick animations, instant, or an option for what you want, and you can turn it on or off at any point. The moment that it gets boring and takes too much time, it's not going to be fun for the player to interact with alchemy at all. But I figured reading that out would give a better response. You just want to do everything yourself, so I learn more. See, I think that's a very noble goal, Vert, but I don't think that blueprints necessarily detracts from the experience of coding. But if you want to learn how to code, if you've never coded before, I recommend starting with blueprints because it will teach you a lot about coding basics. Basics of variables, basics of structures, the logic flow, when to perform certain actions, and then you can transition to writing that code yourself, especially because all of the nodes in blueprints are just code behind the scenes. But if you want to start fresh with C++, I think that what GT has probably sent you is more than okay. Worth noting, the way you want to take game direction and be unique, but if this was a game that let me use a sword, I would be way more interested. This game may not be for you then, what I would say. Because I think that potions can probably do more than swords actually could. And this game is not going to be feeling in the sense of Witcher or Skyrim, where you approach combat with different styles. Instead, you should approach combat with different strategies. Only thing that blueprints are very bad at is for while loops. I don't think that's the same anymore, GT. They're pretty performant for loops nowadays. They didn't used to be, though. I'm going to make preparation of potions that take a relatively long time, but the player is expected to make very few potions. Yeah. And that was kind of the same thing with Kingdom Come Deliverance. Although Kingdom Come Deliverance it was pretty grindy to level up alchemy. I could use the sword and dagger and have a blast. You gotta make some sacrifices. The amount of time that it would take to implement that would mean that we have to spend less time implementing other things, is really what it comes down to. Still very much slower in blueprint format. How much slower? And how many loops would you have to do to really notice it? Is a good question, I would say. Okay, let's give him his potions and see what he likes. I secretly know what he needs, so I don't have to ask him. He needs a strong poison. Maybe we can throw fear on it too. Although this is only poison 1. This has poison 3 and fear 3. Quite pretty cool. Poison 3. Only fear 1. Fear 2 is good enough. Despairing Toxin. I love it. Okay, let's make the paralysis poison 2. Normally, of course, you have to go around the map and grab ingredients, but I've just cheated them in because I want to test a little bit of Spoon's dialogue stuff. Procedural generation makes it very noticeable. But is that because of loops with PCG, or is that just because it's also doing other things behind the scenes? Because, I mean, whenever we open up the alchemy system here, it's doing hundreds of loops for these. And there's not really any noticeable slowdown. A cheater, deplorable, right? So who's the game targeted for? Most people want an RPG. Well, this is an RPG. An RPG doesn't necessarily mean that the game has sword and board and spells and ranged combat, right? This is a role-playing game. You are playing the role of an alchemist. And I think that in order to do that justice and to make the game more unique in that matter, having alchemy-only combat or alchemy-centered combat is probably the most interesting thing that we could do, and probably going to attract more people than it detracts. If I had to guess. You know any algorithms or systems that tell whether two cells are connected by any group of cells between them? Cells of what? Just general cells, like in 3D space and 2D space? Hey, Bowie Bite. Potion only combat is actually a selling point. I agree. And I think people who are used to sword and board may still try it too and find out they like it. Oh, he liked the poison. Had some wonderful things happen in the poison. Bastard started running in fear the moment my blade made contact. It was incredible. Lovely stuff, human. I appreciate it. And that was because we added fear to that poison. Yeah, I added a fear effect to the poison, hoping it would clear your path to the leader a bit easier. Definitely worked. They were afraid of me if I were a large turd floating down the river. Thanks to that, the raid went well, and I learned where that bastard hid my gold. Yeah, assume the paralysis poison helped? Poison was perfect. He couldn't move at all. Could have dropped a stone on his balls, and he would have hardly flinched. It's great to hear, boy. Man, you need a new potion, huh? Yeah, I think helping you once was enough for me. Yeah, sorry, Spoon. Really? I thought we were just starting to get along. Well, if that's how you feel, at least let me give you some stuff I managed to steal from those bandits. Oh, thanks, Spoon. And there is a bug with that, actually. We need to keep the loot. We need to keep the cursor on the screen. Gotta fix that. Difference between loops is about 6 to 8 times, but for nanoseconds that is very little. Also depends on how many other blueprint nodes you put in the loop. Problem is that they don't compile properly. Interesting. It's good to know, GT. Here are a bunch of Excel cells of 2 colors. How to know if 2 cells of the same color are connected or blocked by the other color. So in Excel is what you're saying. What you can do with Excel, and I don't know if I have it in... I don't know if I have it in this spreadsheet. I'm going to check, though. Don't think I do. You should have a keybind? Well, I can fix it by... That's an actual bug in my dialogue. Oh, I don't don't think I do. What you can do is you can detect which style is in a cell. So if you have one specific style being used here, you can then say, okay, well, if it found that, check the cell next to it, and then run whatever code you need to do. So it can be done, but you need to check for cell style. And I don't have it in this specific spreadsheet, but I do have one at home if you want me to send that to you. I'm basically trying to make a can you reach function. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, in Excel or in code. You don't think it will, but I could be wrong. When I think of any open world game I've enjoyed, it's primarily had various forms of combat. Well, you are within a certain market, Woot Dragon. And our target market is probably not covering you, or it is, but you are a tough sell, what we would say. And when you think Assassin's Creed, Witcher, Skyrim, Fallout, even Outer Worlds, these are open world games that have those melee combat. But it's not because every open world game needs to have melee combat. It's because you are specifically choosing games that are open world that also happen to have melee combat. Or ranged combat. In the form of guns or arrows, bows, and stuff like that. Will you save positions as cells? I mean, you could do it in multiple ways. Do you want it to check on color change? Because you could just run a check on color change to grab adjacent cells and run some code if it's detected that those adjacent cells also have that. What was I fixing? Oh, the dialogue. Okay, let me fix that. That was in Thief 2A. You think old style RPG, but define old style RPG. Define what that means. Define why combat with various forms of either melee, ranged combat, whatever, spell combat, is a descriptor of an old style RPG. When you can have a tabletop RPG that has combat in any way that you want. So CRPG does not necessarily mean, in my opinion, having all those things. It also isn't an old style RPG, you're right, although I think that it does have some things in common with old style RPGs. Let's do... I'll just do another one here. I'll just do thanks, Spoon, take care, and then we'll have a... You take care as well, zoom in, and then just a continue. And that way we'll end the dialogue here. Old style RPG can mean a lot of things, and mainly those were stuff like Dragon Spear, Baldur's Gate, Neverwinter Nights, games that were isometric, which generally had great storytelling, player agency amongst toxic things, but the combat was somewhat minimal, in my opinion. I also think that we have more player agency. You compared Assassin's Creed. Let me see what you said. Assassin's Creed, Witcher, Skyrim, Fallout, and even Outer Worlds. We have, right now in our prototype, more player agency in one NPC than most of those games. I would say the only one would maybe Outer Worlds, which was trying to do old school player agency through dialogue in a similar way. But we already have more player agency, and we only have about half of the things that we want to have in the game. So keep that in mind. Assassin's Creed has no player agency yet, pretty much. I wonder if there's a non-brute force way. Let me go back and see that. They can only... I'm trying to see my characters can reach a certain color cell from the cell they're in. You would have to make your own custom pathfinding, it sounds like. And GT probably has a better way to do it. Yeah, we'll copy that, copy the end encounter, delete, put end encounter here. Good game, I just think your world is great and worth exploring. Doesn't make sense to limit it to only alchemy. Why do you say that alchemy is limiting though? When in fact, our alchemy system will allow for more variety in combat than all of those games that you listed off. And I mean that. I stand by that belief. Keep input on UI, true. Compile, save. I'll go see if this exact scenario exists in the other dialogues too. Not here. And if it doesn't exist in 2B, it wouldn't exist in 2C either. Limited in the sense that you're forced to use potions only, but why is that a bad thing if you have more options in combat with potions than you would in the games that you listed off? Makes his combat like every other RPG, then he has to compete in the market with every other RPG. If he has potion-only combat, then he has few if any competitors. We do have a few. We do have a few competitors with potion-only combat. But they don't go to the same depth with our narrative, with their narrative that we plan to do with ours. Which is another one of our unique selling. In fact, that's exactly why our pillars are the alchemy and the storytelling and the open world. Here's the difference with Dragon. When you have familiarity is important, yes, but when you have a system in your game that is like every other system in similar games, it also doesn't stand out. And not every way of standing out is good. You do want some familiarity, but then you have to stand out in other ways. And if we were to go on Kickstarter right now and look at Metroidvanias, there would be at least 10 of them, and 9 of them would feel the same. Because they don't stand out in any way. But let's say maybe you did a Metroidvania, but now your Metroidvania is not a side-scroller, it is you moving up and down, right? Maybe jumping on top of platforms as they're falling and then having to do some combat in between. Well, now at least your game is a Metroidvania, but you've done something different, taking it from a side scroller, which is expected, and turned it into a vertical scroller. You did have sword combat, that's still not going to make the potion alchemy part stand out less. Yes, it would. In fact, I believe that it would. And if anything, because the alchemy system would be so much better and make so much more sense in the game, it would make the sword combat seem really pointless and tacked on. And then you would have to have other systems of, well, the player creates potions, what do? Do they also create weapons? They have to buy these. Now we're diluting the gameplay percentages that have to do with alchemy and reducing the impact that alchemy has on the world. Alchemists don't get sword and martial proficiencies. It's true. I mean, if you play you mentioned old school RPGs. Well, old school RPGs had you choose your class. And in most cases, if you were a paladin, you weren't going to have any proficiency with ranged weapons or much magic. Paladin's not a great example. Let's use Berserker. So, I don't know. I think we can do more with our combat than most games that use the traditional styles of combat that you listed. and we can do it with more depth. I'm gonna go check up by the tower and river. I haven't really done any bug testing with things over there. And if you want to say, okay, we want to add alchemy and make all this depth with the world and with NPCs. Remember, alchemy is central to NPCs in our game. We also need to make this martial combat somewhat unique and interesting. Otherwise, it's going to feel tacked on. It just will feel tacked on. So now you have to dedicate more time and resources to doing that, making it feel like it is somewhat on par. And that's more time and money. And it's already proven quite difficult to get the money we're asking for from publishers. So I think doubling down on a unique pillar is going to generate more interest in our game than if we had wasted time adding in things that probably wouldn't have anything unique to them that we could market in that way. Basically, your game is trying to do too much. It's trying to do too much and be too much. And that is a common mistake I see with indie developers and with AAA developers too, actually. Gotta fix that tree. That got reset too yesterday. I don't know what causes that bug, but we'll fix it. You think we're trying to be too little? In what way? Oh, I forgot I have a point light in here and I didn't delete it. I'm like, what the fuck? Why is this so bright? Like, that thing isn't that bright. I think push only combat creates interesting challenges as well. It absolutely does. I mean, it creates interesting platforming challenges. Traversal, secrets, all can be opened up by the potions that you make. That I think just slashing at some vines doesn't really give you the same set of satisfaction. It limits the potential audience you would get. I think that any audience that wants sword and like martial combat in my game, any that I would lose from that, I would gain by people who find it unique and interesting to have potion only combat. So it's a trade-off, sure, but is it a loss? No. Any choice you make limits the potential audience. Very, very well said and very true. In fact, some people will be turned off with my game simply because I included martial combat. And because I would then have to design combat around that, and some of the audience that I want to aim at doesn't want to engage in martial combat. Checking all the trees. I know, I'm so fucking upset that got fucked with yesterday. I'm really, really bothered by that. So vision it in this way. One way how it is, and another with swords, and what if both were successful? Both could be successful. Both could be successful, but when you add in combat like that, Blue Dragon, when you add in martial combat to a game, you need to design combat to be interesting with martial combat. You need to sometimes put in encounters that are better with martial combat because you need it to stand out and be its unique thing. Otherwise, you could solve all the problems with other combat systems. But now by doing that, you are losing potential audience who didn't want martial combat in your game. So yes, A could be successful, B could be successful. By putting A in your game, you are limiting the audience from who would want B, and by putting B in your game, you're limiting the audience that you would gain from putting A in your game. It's a trade-off, but I don't think it's a loss. And the decade or so of design experience I have tells me that that is true. For the people who don't want combat in their game, yes, absolutely. And in fact, because our game is trying to reach to a more casual to mid-core audience, putting in potion combat is probably going to be more attractive to them than it would be to have martial combat. There are some people that play Stardew and don't engage with combat at all. That's why co-op exists, right? You have about 3 mil, Dragon, you can fund CC and ask for more combat options. Yes. You can, if you really want to do that. But guess what? I think you're going to like our next game that I would like to work on, or one that I've pitched to publishers called Anvil Anthologies, where you are a blacksmith creating weapons and armor, and then you can engage in martial combat because you're going to have no potions on you, I promise. Or if you will have potions, you won't be able to throw them and make them because you're a blacksmith. What if the publisher turns around and tells you to add swords? I'll tell them to add the sword to their fucking asshole because they don't know what good game is. Anvil Simulator, be the anvil. No, I'm joking about that. I think that, like I said, it can work with potion combat, it can work with martial combat. They're just two separate games, in my opinion. That if you want to go this deep with potions, you have to go this deep with swords and martial combat. And to do that, you either need a shit ton of money, or you need to develop your systems deep enough to accommodate that. And that's a lot more money to add. So I think that you can stick around, and if you like what we're trying to do with NPCs, we're going to be doing the same thing with Anvil Anthologies if we want to build on that. And better yet, we would like that game to read your save data from Cauldron Chronicles and base some of the decisions and impact of the world on the things that you made in Cauldron Chronicles. So maybe give the game a chance and we'll see what happens. Is limiting a bad thing though, Wu Dragon? You say limiting like it's a bad thing, but in fact, more games should limit themselves because that's how you create a cohesive vision. Otherwise, you're making the everything game, and a game for everyone is a game for no one. Knowing where to place your resources and your time is core to building a successful game and being a good game director or producer or game designer. Might be a publisher in disguise that's trying to get you to do we have combat though, and our combat will be quite interesting. It's just based around potions and effects, and it has more depth than the games that do martial combat. Like, it will actually have more depth than those games. I'm just checking all the trees. I'm so just triggered by trees that stick out of the ground. It says you have some really great elements that would still even suit a traditional RPG style. I don't agree with your definition of traditional RPG though. I don't think it's an accurate definition. I think what you want is multiple combat styles, which is not necessarily exclusive to a traditional RPG. And I think the fact that it has usually been seen in traditional RPGs is exactly why we should do something different and special. Save the fucking level. Okay, I'll save it. I think swords would make it less interesting because you're an alchemist and it doesn't make sense that you would be proficient with swords. And it's not a game with skills. Like, you don't have skills, you don't have levels in this game. So it doesn't really make sense how progression would look like as a blacksmith, or as a somebody who does martial combat. Like, tell me how you would do progression. Like a knife for harvesting plants and stuff? I think that's kind of just assumed that you have that. It'd make it better if anything. But how? How? Define exactly how. Tell me the high-level design of why I would have to spend probably another $500,000 to add martial combat. Especially when more people than you have told me that the idea of potion-only combat is really interesting to them, including publishers. Some players that want to use it for combat. Because I'm not saying that your idea is necessarily wrong, but it has to be valuable, right? It has to be interesting. It has to fit the core vision and the pillars. And combat variety is not one of our core pillars, but it might be in a game like Elder Scrolls, right? And if combat variety was one of our pillars, it would seem really weird that alchemy was the only thing we could do. 1-0 for CCs for a dragon until you try it. Joey's working on a prototype now that doesn't even represent the final idea he has. Well, I will say that we're not going to have martial combat, right? Niagara potion splash effects. Yeah, we can do it. We do plan to get a VFX artist on board. Probably outsource, though. There's no point having a full-time one. Can you add punching? I don't think we'll add punching. Crafting tables. There won't be crafting tables. It's not like it's a survival crafter game. How do you know your game is going to do them badly? Well, that's just game design. That's just intuition, right? How do you know your game will be good? Well, how do you know your game will be bad? I just have a strong feeling from my experience as a game designer that adding in martial combat does not serve our core pillars of alchemy, storytelling, and the open world. And because of that, it is not worth the significant investment that we would have to put into it. And I don't see how the progression would work when you are an isolated alchemist out in the woods of nowhere. About the only way that I could see it working is buying new swords off of merchants and looting swords from dungeons. Really limiting your audience by not putting in tree punching. Some people will think that this is a survival craft, and it will be my job to fix that. This isn't Harry Potter, otherwise it would have wands. Yeah, that's why we're not going to have spellcasting as a major feature of our combat either. You might be able to earn a spell, like we mentioned, through like dialogue, through helping out an NPC, but it would only be one or two spells maximum. And that's just a desire, that's not a for sure thing. Teleport home, there will be a way to teleport with potions. That's already in our GDD. You're saying Harry Potter needs swords. I think you can be the everything combat game, but then your game should be centered around various forms of combat. Like, that should be your pillar of your game, is that combat is your pillar. Having multiple varieties of combat is your goal. That's what you're trying to make. But that's a fundamental flaw I see with junior designers, right? Is that you need to have a vision, and that vision needs to be centered around your pillars, and those pillars need to be interesting enough to create a cohesive, well thought out soup. And if you mix in too many ingredients, no matter how good those ingredients are, you run the risk of either diluting the taste of those flavorful ingredients that you wanted to have, or you run the risk of having such a high budget that it's just not tenable to make. Nobody's going to buy it. Or, like with Wayward Realms, or you run the risk of making a game that is too broad in appeal that it doesn't actually appeal to anybody. And Wayward Realms is exactly that, you know? Here's a game being made by the developers of Daggerfall. Some of them, probably not all of them, right? And they promise to have all of these choices and scope with their combat. But then none of them actually feel that good, even in their prototype trailer. You know, you can promise this, sure, you can get your money from it. They probably are getting money primarily from people who just want to use the Daggerfall. The sword looks great. That looks great. You have to be trolling at this point. You gotta be trolling me at this point. Come on. You would play it. I mean, have fun then. Because I think that the level of quality for this is extremely low. He only plays games with swords. I mean, maybe, and that's why I'm not going to dramatically change the design of my game around somebody who probably isn't in the market of my game, right? Good tutorial for splash effects.
Today, let's see how.
Those are pretty cool splash effects. I like those. I think we're gonna need a little bit more than that though. Like we're gonna need pools that sit on the ground of like poison. This is good though. I will save it. Thank you for sending it. I think your game is bad. It's certainly well. Well, I'm not saying that you're saying the game is bad. I don't want to put you on the spot like that. But that, as a game designer, as a game director, it is very, very important that the game director chooses that scope appropriately for the budget and the team that they have. And that it is very, very easy to say, it would be cool if, and keep adding on scope and features to your game. But at the end of the day, you need to create a cohesive experience that makes sense within the context of what the player is trying to do and what the players expect the game to be. And at a certain point, if you're making the everything game and that isn't part of your pillar, right, is combat variety and things like that, then you're not serving the game and you're probably wasting time and money and detracting more people away from the audience by not creating something that stands out, which is more important nowadays than creating the everything game. So I get this. I get that it's very easy to look at it and say, it would be cool if, we're not creating this, what you define as a traditional RPG. What made you choose potions over traditional RPG? I don't understand the definition of traditional RPG here. Because to me, RPG is role-playing game. That you are immersed in a role and that you are expected to perform the functions of that role. That a game that you can choose to be the blacksmith, you can choose to be the alchemist, the herbalist, the warrior, the adventurer, that this is a game that allows you to play multiple roles. And in our game, you are playing this as a role-playing game as an alchemist. Swords, bows, staffs, maces, and axes, that to me does not mean role-playing game. To me, that is not a role-playing game. That is not you playing a role. And I don't think that games with magic, like a game like Skyrim, doesn't dramatically change the way that you approach situations based on what type of combat you're doing. Whether it's ranged with a bow, whether you're doing a sword and shield, whether you're doing magic, most of the time it doesn't matter because the game is very casual friendly. It's meant to reward you. It's meant to be playable with any type of build that you want. And I think that forcing the players to play as an alchemist and combining potion effects in interesting ways to create effects in the environment, or based on the weather, maybe it's raining so enemies are easier to chill, or maybe then they can't be immolated outside because it's raining. I think that that introduces more unique elements and strategy to the player approaching combat, even when the combat is limited to one style. If you're role-playing Gandalf or Legolas Lord of the Rings, why are you playing an alchemy game then if you're wanting to role-play as Gandalf, Legolas, or Harry Potter? I think if you wanted to do that, you should play a game like Hogwarts Legacy, where you role-play as a mage. And that's a game that has magic-only combat, and you don't see people complaining that you can't pull out a sword and slice a motherfucker. Some people might, though. But I think considering how many sales it had, 15 million, I believe, and it has a rating of 90% positive all time, I'm not necessarily inclined to believe that limiting the player to one combat style is going to result in a loss of sales. You know what I mean? I think that it just changes the market, but that the market is still there. It's a trade-off. And you probably didn't like Hogwarts Legacy because it didn't have melee combat, if I had to guess. Soup combat win. When instead of potions only, your first game was an open world with swords. If my game was an open world with swords as my first game, sure, it could be done. I think it would be a little bit boring, just because swords have been done millions of times before. I would try to find a way to make sword combat interesting by making it, I don't know, just different in some way. I can't think of it off the top of my head. Hey, Lazarla. How you doing? We're talking about RPGs. How would you define an RPG, Lazarla? And do you like the idea of potion combat, as opposed to having combat with swords and bows and arrows? When you heard that Cauldron Chronicles was going to have combat with potions, what did you think? If your first game was an open world with swords, you could add the alchemy part in, but now it's not an alchemy game. Now it doesn't feel like alchemy plays as big of a role, because you've diluted the percentage of gameplay that I spend thinking about potions and alchemy. Now I have to spend a percentage of the time thinking about swords and shields. Like, I don't know if you're a game designer, but in game design, I like to push the idea of gameplay percentages. What percentage of the time is the player spending engaging with NPCs? What percentage of the time is the player spending building potions? Out in the open world, what is the player then doing in the open world? Is 20% of it exploring? Is 40% of it being in dungeons? What percentage of the game is the player spending doing X, Y, Z? If you dilute that with something, if we were to add in fishing, as we intend to do, how much of the time is the player expected to spend fishing? And does it directly contribute to the core pillars of alchemy, storytelling, and the open world? Well, it serves the open world by adding variety. It doesn't do too much with NPCs, but it also serves alchemy because you're catching fish that you can use in your alchemy system, right? But if we add in melee combat, it doesn't contribute enough to the core pillars that it actually seems worthwhile to do, considering how much time is spent and money is spent putting it into the game. Think of a classic RPG, I think of parties, turn-based, active battle mechanics, character classes, levels, a bunch of stuff. And that's what I love about it, is that I don't think anybody can perfectly agree as to what an RPG means, right? Pretty interesting. RPG is such a weird term nowadays. We even have a fun, if you're curious and you want to learn more about it, Tim Kaine has a wonderful video about RPGs. and we reacted to it. So if you look on our playlist, Tim Kaine reactions, there should be one about RPGs in here. Where is, did we put it up separately or not? We might not have. That's a shame. I should find it. That's a shame. Do you not like Sword and Shields? Why wouldn't I like Sword and Shields? Do I, when I'm a game developer, do I have to make a game that includes all the things I like? Or maybe can I choose some of the things that I like and double down on them? I'm just walking around at this point. So if you're watching for the content, I'm just walking around. It's going based on what RPG Maker does. But I like that definition, Lazarla. I like that. There's nothing wrong with doubling down on potions, just like there's nothing wrong with doubling down on swords and shields. Man, I've stretched these rock textures quite a bit. Oh well, prototype. Do you understand though how changing the core pillars, or how adding martial combat would change the core pillars, or not really dramatically help the core pillars that we have existing? And do you understand the importance of core pillars? And why making an everything game doesn't always match out with indie development budgets or time constraints? Don't look at the trees. Don't look at the trees. Although if you see any trees floating, tell me. Do you understand Keck? And the importance of Keck as a mechanic in the game? Do you not like soup? I'm a soup lover, okay? So you chose those core pillars and left out swords because I think they could have worked out well and still be successful. I think it would have made our game less successful. I will stand by it that if we add swords, shields, and bows to our game, it would actually be less successful. Core pillars should be traditional RPG soup and swords. Alright, we'll add soup. Ooh, clips a little bit. Not a big deal. I'm gonna wipe out the grass here too. We'll do -50 for opening. I'll put some dirt around. But your variety, see Wood Dragon, this is it. Your variety is through combat. But most people in our target market actually don't want variety in combat. They want variety in strategy with potions, variety in content in the open world for them to engage in, and a variety of NPCs to meet. Too big. Optional brain of soup in the cauldron. Shut up, you guys and your soup. What I feel is by not choosing swords, you are FOMO. But what am I missing out from? Let me ask that. I'll paint no grass here. Empty grass. Come on. Stop generating grass. I think video games should call themselves RPGs because that term comes from tabletop RPGs where you would sit around a table and actually roleplay your character. Dialogue trees don't qualify as roleplay in my opinion. I agree. I think the term of RPG has become so diluted and broad. And now it means like skill trees and perks, even in games that don't have much else in common, like Borderlands is an RPG. But why? I'm just saying, in my experience as a game designer, in everything that I've learned and been taught and experienced, by adding one thing in, other people will be less interested. It's as simple as that. And so by adding in potion combat, you think that I'm missing out on something, but I'm actually going to be missing out on people that have more in common with my existing core pillars than the people who want my game but with sword combat. And if they want that, we have that planned. It's called Anvil Anthologies. That would be a game that would be meant for you. You are a blacksmith, you create swords and armor. You can go out and explore parts of the world beyond the town that you'll be starting in. And you can engage in dungeons with your martial combat. It's sword so I can kill that goblin like how that guy did in another game he showed us after it approached me. Yeah, but the sword combat in the game was so bad that why would I play that game over games with much better sword combat, including Skyrim, which does not have very good martial combat. And it's moddable. Let me test that now. That's not this game. Well, yeah, I agree, Lazarla. It martial combat doesn't have anything to do with our core pillars. Of course it could be. Any idea could be a part of our game. Any idea you have in chat. If you want to have sex with a spoon, we can have that in the game. If you want unicorns to dance around in the sky and shit bags of gold, we can have that in the game. But is this something that would support the core vision and core pillars, or detract from it? Or, worst case, go completely against the core pillars? But we can have swords. We can have swords. But I want to ask you again, how does this, in your opinion, affect the core pillars of the game and the gameplay percentages? And then how would you factor that into progression for the player? This is a bit of like a game design lesson here. This is an idea that you support, that you really like, that you want in the game. Okay, but then tell me how you envision it in the game. Because maybe you envision it in a way that I don't see as a game director in this roleplay. And then I'll tell you based on what you reply with how much money I expect that to probably cost and how much time it would probably add to our budget timeline. Which is budget, right? But then of course we would also, you need animations, you need 3D art for it, you need localization, like all this is gonna add up quite a lot. So more like Skyrim or a small sandbox where you can do some nice quests, explore the world, gather, do alchemy potions and more. Why does that need sword combat though? Can you explain the 500,000 estimate for adding melee combat? That was just a rough number, because we don't know what it looks like yet, right? So if we don't know what it looks like exactly, I have to throw out a number. And what I see is that martial combat should ideally have plenty of options for melee weapons, It should have your abilities to use potions with your sword, maybe to add poison to it, light it on fire, things like that. All of this is going to add in more 3D models, tons of animations, more ways to handle combat. We would probably need to add in additional ways to handle, and what am I trying to think of here? The dialogue that has to have some maybe interaction with you being able to now do that sort of thing. We need to add in some progression for it, which now increases our UI, maybe adds more subsystems, add in sounds for this, VFX. All this is going to be strings and localization. This is all going to have to be QA tested, which again increases that too. We're starting to bloat. And all of this increases the amount of people that we would need on the team and or the amount of time that we would need to spend developing it, which all goes towards budget. And as a designer, this now dilutes the gameplay percentages of the rest of the game. Would that increase it that much? Yes. Yes, it would. Absolutely it would. At the very least, this would add 250,000 to the budget. Probably though, I would estimate 500,000. Increased scope, detract from vision. That's exactly what it would do. What if your vision is too small? Why should our vision be bigger? At the risk of potentially losing interest from people who specifically like our game because it has potion combat only. Just to gain people that now didn't want potion combat. So now we're taking a unique selling point, and it's not a unique selling point anymore, just to cater to a, in my opinion and from what I've heard so far from interest in this game, a tiny minority of players. Only to increase the scope of the game and therefore increase the budget and make it more difficult to receive funding and dramatically increase the not dramatically necessarily, but potentially dramatically increase the complexity of the games from a mechanical standpoint. We choose a vision that hasn't been done 1,000 times over versus one that is very traditional. I would also choose a vision that is smaller and more focused in scope than one that is trying to be an everything game. Especially having worked on games and with game designers who want to make an everything game. Do you know how many of those games are released nowadays? None of the designers that I've talked to that have wanted to make that everything game have actually ever released their game because the scope is too large. Because now we're taking away from something where now we've added martial combat and potion combat. Why do we not have spells? Why do we not have bows and arrows? Answer that for me. When people see that you can use swords and potions in the game, they're like, oh cool, what about like bows and arrows and magic? You'll be the first release in everything game. Hey, more power to you, hope you do it. Do you understand how maybe it could be, people could see that they're being mismarketed to, or that they don't understand why something else wasn't added to the game if only 2 things were added to the game? Why does this vehicle simulator only have 2 cars to choose from when it's a car game? Like, what the fuck? Does your game have to have range if you add swords? No and yes. No, it doesn't from a purely logical standpoint, but yes it does, because now players are expecting variety in combat because you're giving them variety in combat. You're not telling them this is, for some reason, this is a game where you play as an alchemist, but you're also a sword fighter, but you can't do magic and you can't fight with a bow. Even though you can find bows in games, you can only use the swords you find in games and the shields you find in games. And market expectations can lead to dramatically different results in both the, well, let's just say in the end result, the rating of a game, like how many people like the game or not. Because if people expected A and got B, negative review, product refunded. Increasing things to put in the game for little or no reason is an easy trap to fall into. It is best to keep things simple and straightforward in the development process. The game itself can have complex mechanics, but the vision should remain the same. What if potion is a mistake? I have seen nothing to indicate that it is a mistake. I've not seen anything to indicate that yet. And yeah, it could be a mistake. It still could be. I'm not saying that I'm the perfect designer, but I've not seen any red flags to indicate that having potion combat in our game only is a mistake. In the same way that there would be no reason to indicate that having a sword only would be a mistake. But I can point to reasons why having sword and alchemy only could be a mistake. Why do each of these trees have a rock by them? What does this mean? I know what it means. It means that when we were placing the trees, we accidentally had a rock mesh chosen to place as well, so it was placing both a tree and rock inside of each other, and rather than delete the rock, I moved the rock outside of the tree. That's what that means. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. What is only a mistake because it's adding something unnecessary in addition to potions? In this case, yes. If our game was about variety of combat, not having more variety would be a mistake. Obviously. What if you made 2 versions? I will make 2 versions. Version 1 is called Cauldron Chronicles. And this is a game that will take about 3 years to make. The second version of the game will be called Anvil Anthologies. With the same core premise of helping out NPCs and having things to do in the world with a lot of variety, but you'll be a blacksmith. And this will take about 3 years to make. And so this is how I make 2 versions of the same core experience, but with a different focus. Will Anvil have swords? What do you think? Will a game about you playing as a blacksmith in a city have swords, armor, and shields? Just make chorus shoes. Damn it, Lazarly, you always know. Third entry in a trilogy, Woo Dragon's Woes, in which every single thing in the game will be made from swords. Don't pick on him. He's right, he's okay for wanting swords in a game. It just isn't this game. It's not our game. It is a different game. Jesus, these trees. And watch, they're all going to get reset one day. Again. If we call it Cauldron Swords, well then it wouldn't have the alliteration. And I like the alliteration. Floating. Where was the document that I sent to publishers? Where was that? Here it was. Here was the rough pitch of the 2 other games we could do. Anvil Anthologies. Smith weapons and armor for adventurers as you manage your shop in one of the realm's cities, growing your stock and abilities as time passes. Take on Adventurer Guild contracts and use your own weapons and armor to handle local pests or delve into dungeons. Get caught up in a civil war where your city and your services are right at the heart. That was the rough idea for Anvil Anthologies. And then there was another one called Tavern Tales. This was I just tacked this on. It's not too serious. Satisfy your patrons' food and drink desires as you manage a tavern in a small village. Talk with patrons to help them handle their problems. Act as an information collector and broker. Brew new types of ale and make sure your cooks and waiters and waitresses are being effective and friendly. So this is the game that you want. Yeah, I think you would like that a lot more than Cauldron Chronicles as well. I think someone actually makes a tavern game like that. Some have. I'm gonna be honest, hot take. I think most tavern management games, meh. They don't do what I've ever wanted them to do to the extent that I want to do them at. There are some really good ones though. It's not that they're not fun, but they're not exactly what I've been looking for. Similar to like the alchemy games, right? They're all like shopkeeping games, and I'm fucking tired of shopkeeping games. It's overdone. It's an overdone genre of management. I like shopkeeping games, I'm just tired of them. But I think that there's no player desire that is wrong. If you want a game that is like this with just swords or maybe with just bows and arrows, absolutely. And maybe there's enough of a market that would be appealing. And we have that on the docket. It just, it's gonna take us a few years to get to it. Hopefully that's okay. Hope you can wait. But the sooner we get funded, the sooner we can make this game, and then the sooner we can get to Anvil anthologies if there's people that want that. But I don't want to make the mistake, as Lazarla is kind of pointing out, that I can't make a game for everyone. And if I make the mistake of trying to do that, it will be a game that appeals to fewer and fewer people. And I think that a game like Star Wars Outlaws is a pretty good example of that, where I think that the game was trying to be too many things at once and didn't really stick to its core values. Yet it just wasn't that appealing in any way. It didn't do any of the things that it wanted to do good enough to be unique. It was actually just kind of bland. You're right, just make it appeal to me. Hey. Now you fit in with the chat. Now you fit in. We have vetted you. You fit in perfectly with the rest of my chat. Just make the game appeal to me. Don't worry, we will. Anvil anthologies, that's gonna be your thing. And you know what? You can be one of my biggest playtesters for that, okay? We will let you into a private playtest of all our builds, because that's your game. I will make you an NPC in the game. You know what? I'm gonna make you an NPC in Cauldron Chronicles, Wu Dragon, who comes looking for swords, shields, and weapons and armor, and you just have to constantly tell him like, dude, this is an alchemist shop. Yep, like, where are the swords? Like, bro, I don't sell those. Oh my god. Sorry. I swallowed wrong. Clear Fifi, thank you for the follow. Does me choking have to, is that what gets you guys going? Do we have a choking fetish here? Wait, is there such a thing as a choking fetish? Choking fetish. Wait, oh. What is sexual choking? Oh. The problem here is not only that women are being choked during sex without giving consent. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done for today. I fixed my bugs. I need to go home to do some research on something. No, but it would be pretty funny to have a warrior show up, just like the biggest, bulkiest berserker, who's just like, where's the swords? Well, dude, we sell potions here. The fuck's a potion? It, you know, you can like drink it and get stronger. The fuck I need to be stronger for? You're really limiting your shop's audience without swords. It's like he doesn't want anything. He just shows up and bitches about you selling potions. And he doesn't understand that you don't do it and you have nothing to give him. We'll do it. I like that idea. Alright, I'm pushing my updates for today and then I'm going home. But tomorrow, we'll have more of this. And on Monday, I'm going to be gone. Because I'm going to be in Kraków again. Just like last week Monday. This Monday, I'm gone. I'm in a different city. I'm seeing a friend. I'm starting to like this game. Oh, you guys are great. I do love you guys. Even when we disagree. Only when we disagree. In fact, I don't like you if you agree with me. I want to see less shoe licking in chat. Holy shit, he's got one friend. That's right. And don't forget, next week, Thursday, Dragon Age Veilguard. And we might do a drink every time we cringe. But I don't know yet because I might actually go to the hospital if I do that. And I don't really have insurance right now, so it's not preferable. So guys, for today, thank you so much. I really love you guys. Thank you so much for all the follows today. Stay healthy, stay warm, stay awesome. Thank you so much for talking with me and hanging out with me today. I'll see you tomorrow for more Cauldron Chronicles. Have a wonderful, wonderful evening. Take care, guys. Bye-bye. Love you so much. Love you so much. Public health service, I wouldn't rely on it. Take care, guys. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.